So I think the root of all of the things that we're discussing goes back to misogyny. And I think that just the fact that, like you were saying, like the education fields are overrepresented by women, and it has over the years, it didn't always used to be, but over the years has become a primarily female-dominated workspace. And we stigmatize quote unquote mama's boys, as a society, young boys who are too doting or loving of their mothers, especially as they get older, because that becomes, I don't know, cringe.
Oh no, I was a total mama's boy growing up, and I told people, I was like, yeah. Like, what you gonna do?
And here's a tip for all of you chuds out there looking for girlfriends. We love a guy who loves his mother. Okay, so cut down.
Or at least my partner can clearly tell that I love her more than my dad, but continue.
But yeah, I think it all comes down to oh my gosh, I was listening to, I forget if it was a podcast recently about how things that used to be masculine but get adopted by female dominated space or whatever, like names. Lori used to be a man's name. Shannon used to be a man's name. And then you see this trend of Ashley, this trend of once that name or field or whatever it happens to be becomes getting popularized and adopted by women, and more women are popping up there or with that name, it goes out of style for boys, because no parents want to associate their boy, and no boy wants to go to a field that is overly dominated by women, because that's seen as, I don't know, weak or than if they're overly associated with women or have a woman's name. And I think that it all comes down to misogyny. Women are less than, so yeah.
Anyone else?
Well, yeah,
go
just
go
to,
ahead. So you can't just pop out and then just come back in.
No, sorry.
And be like, all right, my turn. No, go ahead.
No, I apologize.
Go ahead. It's cool.
And I apologize for I think I'm just missed your point, Dr. K. But what I'll say, to sort of maybe illustrate the example that you just brought up, Otaku Airlist, of women, not that they had no problem, but they went into medicine and became doctors, and took over that aspect. But when it comes to nursing, just men are not willing to go down, or at least much less willing go into that space. And I think largely, as you said, due to misogyny and the perceived, weakness, go into that field.
Don't all talk at once.
Okay. Well, okay. Let me jump in then, since we had some dead air. Okay, so the original question was, why are women overrepresented in education?
Yeah. Why do you think that is? Why do you think it seems like
what is education?
Oh, feminizing.
Okay.
Oh yeah, feminizing. Yeah, that's what it's. Thank you.
Yeah.
Beckett. I mean, if you want to talk more about the other thing too, that's fine.
Well, I mean, the women overrepresented in education, I feel like we tackled in the last question, but why do people think that it's feminizing men? I think that goes back to the kind of reactionary politics that particularly the West has, that there are, again, norms and expectations along gender lines, and one of them is education, and that if they are men, young boys, are constantly surrounded by women, and their primary role models are going to be women, then those kinds of norms are going to bleed into them. Those behaviors are going to bleed into them. It also goes back to the early 90s of they're taking away dodgeball. They're trying to turn our boys into little sissies. This, again, stoicism and lack of emotional clarity that young boys are expected to have as they're growing up. That if things that are supposed to instill the ideal masculine characteristics are removed from their spaces, and things that are giving them more emotional intelligence, more awareness of how they're feeling, and an ability to contextualize it, then that is going to rob them of masculinity, morph them into some kind of amorphous pseudo-feminine or outright feminine person. But yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. I think there's some Red Scare propaganda that goes into it as well. you often hear like anti-communist, anti-socialist reactionaries say that like communism is about like when men and women have no distinction between them, and there's no religion. Everything's secularist and atheistic, like the very weird kind of values that we have ascribed to different modes of social organization.
Now, low-key want to see that, not gonna lie. I want to see what that looks like, honestly.
Yeah, say less.
They right, like the picture, the meme, or the little picture of the women, and they're like whipping the men or what have you, and they're all like doing like work, like, and the
Yeah,
women
this
are
is
all in
what the
like
liberals
BDSM.
want.
It is what liberals want. I mean, where's the dotted line? Give me
Yeah.
a pen. Like, don't threaten me with a good time. I will take the good time every time.
Yeah.
Anyways, someone else about the to refresh before I threw my grenades of tangents. Why do we feel that women are being overrepresented, or there's dominating in education or graduating? How dare these females become smart? And why? In what ways? Why do we feel like, or where does it come from? The idea of education feminizing men. I really want to know that. So go ahead. I think I saw Sarah first. I'm going to Dr. K, then we'll go to Corey.
Yeah, well, we're seeing women who are teachers telling kids, hey, it's okay if you don't feel like a boy. It's okay if you don't feel like a girl. And you see Republicans freaking the hell out with these bills that they're coming up with everywhere, because they feel like, oh my gosh, everyone's being feminized. And that's why you see, like I said, the world is basically on fire. There's a war against teachers right now because they think they're being feminized and they're being told, they think they're being groomed. And that really triggers me right there. And that's why I think they think they're being feminized when they're being told, hey, it's not wrong to feel how you feel.
North Carolina that just outlawed pronouns in a school district. It's like,
I didn't know that.
I want to know how that's gonna. I mean, I honestly laugh at it because I'm like, I wonder how that's gonna play out. But we know how it's gonna play out. Like, it's just gonna be implemented against trans kids.
I don't understand how these people call us the snowflakes.
Oh, it's projection.
And yet they freak out about pronouns.
It's projection.
Hold on there. Oh, hold on for a second, Gremlo. Let's go to Dr. K, and then if you wanted to piggyback again, and then we'll go to Corey. We'll go ping pong boom. Like, yeah.
I mean,
all right, go ahead.
It's pretty normative that any field or line of work or whatever that develops a sufficiently strong stigma one way or the other is going to repulse the opposite gender oftentimes while we're operating under patriarchy, right? A good instance of this, right, is early on the field of computing was by and large, women. And, once the field got that stigma of like their support for real mathematicians, and so computing is women's work, right? Men don't want to touch the field, and it can very much happen in reverse, right? Where as a field begins to develop a reputation for being vitriolly misogynistic in its behavior, women are going to avoid that field, and over time you get sort of a self-selection. Ironically, computing and tech is a good example of the inverse as well, because Silicon Valley has a bad reputation of being very misogynistic, and so you get less women applying into fields like computer science, except for trans women, but that's a weird pride thing.
Sorry.
It's because there's like a cultural history there, and just like it's where the good money is, and a lot of like trans women who are already going to college tend to come from families that are open to that kind of. It's a long thing, but it's a one group that is maybe a little insulated from that.
Give me 1 second. We're gonna have another panelist come on in a second. We're Smite Night just arrived, so we're gonna go ahead and throw Smite Night in this little shindig here in a second. Smite Night, if you want to come into the Discord, Antarctic, drop the Discord server, make yourself useful, and Smite Night, if you want to come in to Glasspool, and then I'll move you on over to Thunderdome once you hop on in here. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Antarctic. You're a doll.
So,
You're dear. Love you.
someone a moment
Go
ago
ahead,
said,
Grandma.
"How are these teachers? Like, how's that going to work out? Removing pronouns?" I spoke with Chris Deere, awarded National Teacher of the Year. You know, talked to Dark Brandon about it and everything. And one of the modes of resistance against this that teachers are utilizing is radical compliance, where if pronouns are not allowed, then okay, we'll see how that works out whenever we're making tests. We can't have any pronouns. All right, well, it's gonna be real hard to do the, this person gave this person this many apples. How many apples do they have left? It's gonna be real hard to do that without pronouns. So,
They is a pronoun.
Right. It's
Yeah.
just, well, we know what's
But-
going to happen, right? They're
yeah.
just going to use
Yeah.
it against trans kids. That's what it is.
It's-
That's what it's
it's
going to do.
It's ruled by arbitratum, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
We already saw a proto version of this with how the Florida bill with the don't say gay stuff. It's a little more complicated than that, but essentially the bill, sort of leaves open where any inappropriate teaching of gender allows a Florida parent to sue the school district, right? And this means this creates the widest interpretation possible, because the interpretation that gets you sued is whatever a Florida parent can construe as inappropriate teaching, which can be fucking anything if you're a random Florida parent, right? And so it's going to be probably similar to that, where no pronouns, meaning like it can essentially be interpreted however the group that wants to silence its opposition wants to utilize it as. And I really like the Florida bill too for that stipulation, because it's fascinating. It's a decentralization of oppression of an outgroup, right? And that's sort of the new big thing, right? That's the new innovation in reactionary politics, is decentralized silencing of your opposition. The Texas trans bill is another great example of that, right? Where it's like you can now have vigilantes report, on like who's transing their kids or who's getting an abortion. So the state doesn't have to get its hands dirty at all. It's all kept in private hands, meaning you have decentralized it's fucking brilliant, and I fucking hate it.
Until they take over like every federal position, and then it's top-down oppression.
Oh, of course.
Also, Smite Knight, how dare
that's
you?
The thing, though, right?
If only we didn't just. If only we never stopped teaching kids about God.
It's pragmatism. If it gets the job done, they're gonna be okay, because this is reactionary. This is a group that is desperately clinging to power, right? Because it is reacting to a new proposed status quo. And so, if it gets the job done, they don't fucking care. So if it's decentralized, repression of voice or overt repression of oppositional voices, as long as it fucking works, they'll back it.
Right, exactly. And I hate to interject, but how dare you, Smite Knight, just come in here off of work, hella late, and looking that good, okay?
Showing off those muscly shoulders. Put them away, you slut.
Right? This is what we're talking about. The feminization of men. How dare you show your shoulders? How dare you?
I know. I'm distracting.
Show your shoulders.
I'm distracting everyone in class right now with my collarbones.
And now with a pet in the background too.
Those really like feminine, like bare like collarbones,
Yeah.
Being feminized from education. But
that's what I keep hearing.
Speaking of feminization and shoulder showing, Smite Knight, I'm gonna go ahead and throw the prompt at you that we're talking about right now. So, where do you think? First off, let me do one thing at a time. First off, why do you think, or do you think, if you disagree with it, and that's fine, women are overrepresented in education, both in teaching education and also, graduating with degrees and what have you? Why do you think that is the case? And if you do, why do you think that is? And then not only that, but where is this dreaded, this disgusting, this degenerate feminization of men in education? Where does it come from? Why are they massacring and feminizing my boys? Why? Where do you think that comes from?
That's a lot. That's a lot to unpack there.
10 words or less.
Yeah, first off, I mean, I have one answer to all of this, okay? It's Marxism, okay? That's what's going on in our schools, all right? They're teaching.
You mean to tell me it's that communist jargon?
Yes,
I
absolutely. It's all these professors telling everybody that, like, you know, capitalism bad, ooh woo, and then, you know, the men get woke, and that's how, like, feminization starts. No, I mean, to seriously think about it, I guess I don't know the current statistics. I know that generally speaking, I believe that is it more women now get degrees like undergrad and PhD and graduate level
Pretty
degrees
much
than
all level.
Yeah.
We kind of already talked about that. Like the degree hanging on the wall in the hallway, that's not mine. That's my partner's.
There
I
you
don't
go.
have one.
So I mean, as far as like I mean, I don't think it's a problem, first off, I guess. I think it's more like representative of maybe, well, it's probably representative of a lot of different factors. Patriarchy, like instilling what men should do and shouldn't do, you know, probably plays some kind of role in there. Although I tend to lean back on financial situations more so than anything as a divider. But as far as like, I guess it's always funny to me when I hear people complain about like, oh, you know, higher education is turning everybody into leftist radicals or something like that. And it's like, I don't know, maybe just like learning something about like how our current like system works makes you think that it's broken and dog shit, and maybe we should, like, I don't know, do something about it. I guess it depends on who I'm talking to, how seriously I'm going to take that accusation about like feminized men or something like that. I don't know. I don't know really where to go from there.
It's just like weird concession. Like, oh my God, my kid, you hear it all the time, right? From conservative parents. My kid went out to school and then they came back and now all of a sudden they don't believe in Jesus. And not only do they not believe in Jesus, but it came back home with a black guy. Why? Why is she come? We did
Kid
not
sounds
raise you
cool.
like that.
Kid sounds real cool. I think well there's like the constant like, you know, progress of time where, you know, every generation seems to be more and more progressive than the previous generations, and the same kind of like delusions of you know, an outside or inside force that's corrupting people. You know, modernity is making people into degenerates. That's always going to happen. It was Harry Potter is turning our kids into witches and sorcerers in the early 90s or early aughts. It was Satanic Panic back in the day. It was Reefer Madness, miscegenation,
Dungeons
race
and
mixing.
Dragons.
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah,
Heavy
I
metal
watched
music,
Stranger
yeah.
Things. So yeah, it's the same exact thing. Christopher Rufo, the kind of progenitor of the CRT madness, said exactly that. Like, we've been able to encapsulate all things that conservative people don't like into one banner, CRT. So when you see something you don't like, that's CRT. That's cultural Marxism. So yeah, it's the same thing.
I gotta interject here real quick. Thank you so much to Lexibat with the raid of 24. Holy shit! I apologize to everyone that the Voltron Force theme went that long. I did not expect it to. Anyways, continue. Yes, we are talking. We are talking about. I'm sorry. I'm ADHD as fuck. I am so sorry. We are talking about how school apparently is feminizing these boys. They're putting things in the curriculum that's turning the boys femme. You know, we're talking about that right now. This is the feminist intersection. Welcome. Obviously, what I'm talking about is sarcastic more than anything, but it apparently is a problem that we need to face head on. You know, these boys becoming feminized in school. You know, like Alex Jones turning the frogs gay. Yeah, that's exactly it. Anyways, where did Gremlo go? Oh, I hurt his feelings. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that. Like, because he was about to chime in with something else, and I was like, I gotta shout out the raid. Anybody else want to chime in? Smite Knight, you can go ahead and go again because you did not, or anybody, literally anybody, save me, please. Yeah. Oh, there you are. Graham, you were gonna say something before you left.
Oh, I think I just finished up what I was saying. Sorry, I just had to check on my wife. She's got a cold.
Okay, no, I figured.
Oh no.
Is yours also a sickly woman who like is a bookworm that also like teaches?
Damn, that's like right on the nose.
Damn! Twinsies!
Yeah, for real.
Damn! Anyways, anybody else want to chime in, or are we gonna move on to like another topic? Feel free, like, or if you have anything that you would like to ask or like you would like to bring up. Oh, people in chat as well. You can also bring things up. Beckett, you know that we don't just do hand raising here. We also do inserting ourselves Godzilla style. Go ahead.
I know, and I'm sorry. I definitely
Godzilla
didn't
raise
follow
hand.
the joining procedure. I just inserted myself. So I saw
Exactly.
you guys were all on this channel, and I was like,
It's a
Go
Twitch
ahead.
panel. You just gotta scream.
but yeah.
Yeah.
I
And he's got a
wanted
dog.
to touch on the I have a cat. She's right here. She's being very whiny. I don't know if you guys can hear her or not.
I
No.
can't. And my people are in the other
Okay,
room. My cats
good.
and lady are in the other room. All right, continue with what you were
She's
saying.
hungry, so. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to briefly on. You had mentioned like the trans kids and the pronouns and the things like that, and I think that the root of transphobia again is misogyny. Everything goes back to misogyny.
It does.
Because it does, because the root of transphobia is, they want men to stay men and manly men, and we can't feminize the men because then they'll want to become women, and then the girls, the TERFs freak out about all the lesbians turning into trans men, because if a man were to reduce himself to the level of a woman by becoming one, and he's not worthy, like, why would he choose that? Is their kind of thought process. And then if a girl wants to become a man, then she just wants the power that comes with being perceived as a man that we don't get as assigned feminine at birth in this society. So it's all just, if a trans guy exists, it's because he wanted like access to the power of being a guy, and then if a trans woman exists, it's because she, I don't know, was self-hating enough to want to give up her male power. It's really weird.
I mean, usually it's portrayed as being like a weird sex thing, and it's like not the case. But
Well,
yeah.
that's like, conservative 101 with anything. They blame any thing outside of like heteronormativity as like this hypersexual kind of descriptions, right? They did the same thing, with gay people throughout the 20th century. And hey, guess what's making a comeback right now?
Hey, shit.
Yeah. So and can we just address really quickly that the people always touting that men are becoming feminized or looking towards I guess the growing like trans community as some kind of sign of the end of like I guess manly men or something, are they themselves not great examples of the ideals they spout? Like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro are not exactly like what they describe like as ideal peak masculinity, which, hey, guess what? That's totally fine. Because in our in like lefties worldview, you can look, sound, behave however you want. That does not change your identity. But to them, by their own rules, they don't fit into those roles very well, which is, of course,
it's projection.
Well, and then you exactly, and then you get these TERFs, the Women's March, changing their logo, and like trying to prove that the new profile is
what?
And then you have these TERFs who look exactly like. Oh, did I? Sorry, the TERFs, criticizing the new Women's March logo, and trying to prove that the nose shape makes the profile like a man or whatever. Because they don't see trans women as women.
They cropped her Adam's apple out.
But then you have these. Right, and then you have these TERFs who have that exact same nose shape and profile, and they're cis women, and they don't even they've become such parodies of themselves they can't even see it.
And it's gotten bad too, like with like the trans clocking, like notice the bow shape in the legs. That's how you can tell that that's a man. And they start like trying to clock trans people, and they're clocking cis women instead. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
it's like, dog, can I just call you ugly because the inside seems to match the outside? Like, it starts internally and then it like turns inside out with TERFs, like, you know, with that kind of like thought process. They start ugly. Like, listen, you see some before and after photos, like that one lady from Michigan, right? She's most likely the person who wants to like ban contraceptives and shit and is like all anti-abortion. The young girl who's like barely even 30, but she looks like she's 40. Telling you, if you were to show me a before and after picture, like once the evil is set in, it's like they Palpatine. All of them. They all just Palpatine. And it's just like, oh my God, you're 30? That's 30 now?
Can I point something else out?
On the inside,
and
really
I feel like
is kind of bleed out to the outside.
Yeah. I also want to point out, and like I feel like that has to be said every time we're talking about like trans panic, gay panic, groomer madness, whatever it is, that it is impossible for these reactionaries to talk about kids and not bring up sex. It is impossible difficulty, ultimate challenge, every hit run. Every time they talk about kids, they're gonna bring up like fucking them. It's so weird.
It's really gross.
It's more than
really
weird.
Telling on yourself.
Well, it goes back to that like Puritan, like Protestant, like ethics of like women need to be pure, and like you said earlier, demure. I like that word. And like we have to keep them chaste until their marriage age of 13. Like very fucking weird.
I don't get it either. Like I'm sitting here, I'm thinking like,
I get it. It's because they're pedophiles, but I mean, you know.
Right. But I don't get that either. I'm like, where's the fascination? Like, I don't understand.
Why are you even putting children and sex in the same sentence? Why are you even thinking about that?
Why are you even thinking about that? Right? Like,
because there's only one thing that your genitals are for, apparently.
I push back on the idea that it's because they're pedophiles, and it's not because I want to defend them or anything, but I think it's far more insidious than that, right? In that it is ultimately about control, right? And because if you have control, right, we're talking about an ideology, right, that is repugnant to most people, and ultimately is constantly getting smaller due to the fact that like the ruling class essentially has to constantly reinforce and redouble the strength of this ideology in order to keep it flowing in. And you have to constantly add new people to the in group of like who's American and we like, and so you're always getting a smaller reactionary base. And so if you can control the education and the upbringing of children, right, you can perfectly propagandize to a new generation and essentially reproduce the reactionary thinking that you have in a new generation.
Exactly. I've said that exact same thing before too when I've talked to like my community about like how do we move culture back on the path, because we're in the backslide of reactionary politics right now. But you can't fix adults, right? You can give them like material restitution, but the only way that you get culture back on track is through education and making sure that their children are able to properly contextualize.
I would push back on that, but that's for another time, right? Sure. I would also add an additional asterisk to it, right? In that when you're talking about reactionary ideology, right, it is ultimately about the hierarchical structure, right? The boss at the top, the worker at the bottom. And when you're talking about the reactionary family structure, ultimately the child is at the bottom, right? And so sort of the idea of a child exercising autonomy in almost any way is at its very core repugnant to the reactionary ideology.
Yeah. That's why you see a
Well,
lot of like conservative parent books, like how to train your child to behave.
Well, I
it's,
was
it's
gonna
treated nearly like property.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
I would really
it's
like
also like
dogs.
it's completely in line with you know, Republican political goals as well, right? This idea of controlling education. They're constant like school boards, right? Have been the target for like right-wing outrage for like the past like what 5-6 years, more than that obviously, but recently you have a lot of like big public figures talking about it. And then like not to mention the fact that school boards themselves, their makeup is incredibly right-wing in a lot of the country, especially in small town schools, throughout the majority of like red districts. Additionally, I mean, the Republican Party has done everything they can to push public education toward complete bankruptcy for the past like I don't know 20 years. They're trying to privatize education. They already got through the Supreme Court prayer back in schools, right? And they also got the flag above the Christian flag above the Capitol, the state capitol. These are all steps to be able to control people's perception on what is acceptable, what isn't acceptable, and they definitely do realize that the best place to start with that is with like early childhood and early youth. I mean, hell, can we well, forget PragerU for a second. Can we talk about how effective the Daughters of the Confederacy were in their goals?
Can I interject real quick?
One more thing. One more thing. We gotta. I just got an announcement to make. Thank you so much, Freya Yamato, for subbing. I need a new car, and I also need Planned Parenthood. So thank you so much. Anyways, go ahead.
Eli, my kitty is puking. I need to go take care of it now, so I'm gonna leave the stream now, everyone. Goodbye. Sorry for the quick leave.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Everyone follow Dr. K. Yes. But like I was saying, thank you so much, Freya Yamato, for the sub. Your boy needs a new car soon. So, the Ratmobile right now is chugging. It's chugging. It's still going on. It's still taking me to see all my clients and stuff on a daily basis. But I do need another one, and I also would like to keep Planned Parenthood in business. So thank you so much for helping me for those two things that I'm aiming for. Anyways, where were we? I think Smite Knight was hitting on a really good point there about the Daughters of the Confederacy. Yeah, that shit right there. Oh my god. You even see that shit right in the you see the same sort of like rhetoric, I feel like, being used in forced birth movements in a way, in the way in which they talk about abortion. If you look at it, look at the way in which they talk about abortion. It's all about framing a narrative and getting people to think, okay, we got them to think that it's about states' rights. We got them.
The Democratic Party wants to kill black babies.
Yeah,
kind of shit.
yeah. We got them to think that it's states' rights again. Like this should be a states' rights issue. It's crazy about with bringing up the Daughters of the Confederacy. I'm sorry, but we'll go to Sarah and then Gremlo. You two had something you wanted to say, and I talk enough.
Well, he mentioned they want you to think Democrats want to kill black babies. I remember briefly knowing this evangelical man. I'm forgetting his name, but I remember the final straw with this guy was he was trying to get me on the forced birth movement. This was back in 2020, and he said to me that the babies who are most aborted are black babies, and if I'm not pro-life, then I'm not pro-Black Lives Matter. And that was it for me. I told him I will not tolerate this, and I was done with him. So I feel like you hit that on the head right there.
Right. So here is another thing, right? So you know what? I lost my train of thought. Somebody else save me. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to kind of springboard off of what Smite was saying about education being like one of the key modes of control, and Dr. K was talking about that as well. If I'm gonna put on my like conspiracy hat, my like dialectical materialism crystal ball, I'm gonna gaze into it for a moment. It seems to me that the idea behind a lot of what we're seeing in Florida, particularly like the recent legislation they passed to allow veterans and their spouses with very minimal qualifications and not focus in actual like education or anything like that to teach in schools, and how they're making it incredibly uncomfortable for teachers who are not pieces of shit to teach in Florida. It seems to me that the end game of that is to make it so uncomfortable for teachers to teach in Florida that essentially all positions are taken over by non-qualified people, and all public schools are completely defunded. They want to do
Yeah.
patriotic education, essentially. They want to do, like, George Orlando's 1975 Animal Crossing on education.
Well, so just jumping onto that real quick, I don't know how many of you got to see the Vosh v. Charlie Kirk debate on Tim Pool a while back. The reason I bring that up,
I enjoyed that conversation.
the reason I bring it up is because Charlie Kirk talked about, the problems that he has with education, right? And I thought it was really enlightening for like what the Republican goals are. He talked a lot about how they don't teach like quote unquote gratefulness to like kids, right?
Yeah.
And he essentially meant that kids aren't taught that America is the best or inherently good because it is America, right? And well, that's like a silly notion, and like how do you even teach that as a concept, let alone how brain broken it is. But regardless, that idea of teaching like you should be inherently grateful for just being here, don't pay attention to the fact that other comparable nations, right, have universal healthcare, better infrastructure, a larger social safety net, standard publicized healthcare. Don't think about that kind of stuff. Just be grateful that you're here in a country where you could be one paycheck away from starvation, homelessness. Right. There's a lot of things going on there, but this idea of gratefulness, I think, is something to keep in mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that sort of speaks to, at least in my mind, a little bit of the hypocrisy on the other side of, like, when it's the left advocating for teaching certain things, the pushback is well, no, education just be about the facts, just teach arithmetic, don't instill any values or anything like that. But then, like, sort of to your point, Smite Knight, but when it's a value that they espouse, about gratefulness, about, like, no matter what, more or less, from what I can understand of how you described it, of like instilling nationalism, well, then they're okay for that type of value. But if it's like things like, empathy or compassion, or other, typical good left things, then it's like, no, just stick to the facts only. Just, arithmetic, reading, science, just this valueless education, unless it's their values.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't even say it's like
the books are
valueless.
too CRT woke.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's like necessarily valueless, but it's more along the lines of it's only the values that we want. And then it is also, in a way, I feel like ties back to, dare I even say, implementing, toxic masculinity of like boys will just be boys, of like, we gotta teach again, we got on this huge topic from talking about just the way in which school is feminizing men or young boys. They're putting stuff in the breakfast cereal in the morning at the cafeteria, their daily dose of like CRT that somehow turns them gay and also feminizes them. Like, oh my God.
Don't forget the sword, right? Brother.
Yeah, exactly. So
if that's the worst thing in the world, that their sons would turn out gay or trans.
Like, oh my God. Like, so one of the things, if I could share like my own like personal thing, we didn't get to something else. We're about to end here in a bit, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and raid into Beckett because they need viewers. And anyways, because you're new, not because you suck or anything. It's because you're new, you're brand new. Anyways, but like one of the things, I am a piece of garbage. Okay,
No,
one of the things that really sucked for me growing up was, I guess we're gonna go back. I think to I want to get some more opinions or thoughts upon like competition. So for like the young boys out there, right? Because like speaking from my personal experience growing up, competition is what really sort of turned me off from like hanging around with other uh, other boys when I was growing up, because I didn't like that toxic competition. I didn't like a lot of the rough housing. I didn't like a lot of that. So I guess we'll end on this, right? What is, I guess, a healthy way of competition, I guess, among men? To like kind of, I know that's like a bit of a sharp like turn to a different direction, but
Could I take this because I have to go in a sec?
Oh,
go for it.
Yeah.
I think competition is
then
fine.
give your outro after that and tell me where
sure.
they can find you.
Yeah, competition is fine. It's how you approach that competition, right? Like flag football or whatever sport ball you're playing, and you tackle somebody to the ground and you get fucked, yeah, dude, and slur, you're a pussy, whatever. That shit's not fun, right? Competition that's like meant to like develop or grow through it, like that's the kind of competition I like. That's the kind of competition I want to see more people being a part of. It's the attitude in which you approach it with that I think you can get the most value out of. And also, yeah, since I'm heading out, everybody, thank you again, Monty, for having me on. Smite, good to see you, buddy. We need to do more content together. I'm Grimlow, everybody. I'm live on twitch.tv/Grimlow, GREMLOE, every day at 7 a.m. Central Standard Time, covering news, politics, and current affairs. Tomorrow we'll be covering Trump getting raided by the FBI. Oh my God, there's so much content. All right, I know. He got Mar-a-Lago raided by the FBI, and yeah, it's great stuff. So, yeah. I'll thank you, everybody. Talk to area list. Yeah. Sarah, Corey, good seeing you. Smite, good seeing you again, buddy. So yeah, I'm out, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Please come back again. We would love to have you again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Go check them out, everybody.
All right. Peace, everyone.
Take care.
I talk way too fucking much. Anyways,
your show.
But I talk way too much. I should give you guys more airtime. Whoever else wants to go next, and then I guess after that, everybody can give after we do this little shindig, everybody can give their outros, and then we're gonna raid into Beckett, and then I'm going to go do things.
Yeah. To sort of touch on what you brought up, Eli, about competition, of like somewhat maybe similar to you in terms of like, growing up, at least elementary, high school, there's the typical whatever gym class, and like maybe I'm just not man enough, but I just never understood this obsession with competition. Like I don't really watch any sports. I like playing sports, and like I'm a very physically active person, and if there's I'm highly physically active in just about any sport or activity that's physical activity, like I'll engage with it. But like I'm never, at least me personally, like I like friendly competition in terms of like actual friends where we're like, we're competing each other, but like it's for fun. I'm not doing it to like beat my friend or like make them feel bad or like to gloat over them. Like most of the times when I'm playing any sort of like sports with a friend, like we're not like keeping score or anything. Like I used to be a pretty regular like squash player. I'm like we would never keep score, because like what's the point? Like
you kind of just go until you're bored, right?
Yeah.
Until you get bored of it. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think friendly competition is good. Where it's for the fun of it, as opposed to like the toxic competition of like usually like it's at the expense of someone else, or you're looking to one up another person, or to gloat, or to stroke your ego. I think that's a large motivation for it as well. I think there's a balance there, but like again, the obsession with competition is something that I never really resonated with me.
All right, whoever else wants to go next.
I think that my husband.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll
That's okay.
quick.
Go ahead.
I'll be quick.
Fight. I'm kidding.
Compete.
Compete.
He could not be friends with other boys because they were competitive, and that was never his nature. He always found it more fun to be friends with girls. And to this day, it's hard for him to be friends with other men because he wants to talk about how he's feeling, and it's better for his mental health to be friends with women or those who are femme presenting. But for him, and I agree with him, a healthy type of competition is video games, playing Dungeons and Dragons, something that's mentally is mentally stimulating, you know? We like that kind of competition. So
right, yeah.
So that's the type of competition that we like.
All of the nerdy competition is all of a sudden the good competition. You know? Like, I like playing Magic with my bros and going, you know what? I just did 55 damage to each of your faces. Get good. It's great. It's a great time.
Yes.
I think Beckett was next, and then we'll go to Spike.
And X tried to train. He tried to teach me how to play Magic, and he just murdered me the entire game. He didn't teach me anything, and it was not fun. And I never played Magic again after that. But
you gotta get a good teacher that's like willing to.
But he was not that. But I think that the key to healthy competition is to realize that not everything needs to be a competition, first off, and there's enough to go around. Like, women are more than 50% of the population. If that girl rejects you and goes for some other guy, there's gonna be another girl. Like, you don't have to make this huge thing of it. And yeah, I think there's more than enough pie for everybody. So just learn to deal with your emotions and, realize that your day will come.
All right. And then after that, we're going to go to the man, the myth himself, Smite Knight.
Yeah. I guess like healthy competition, unhealthy competition. I think I'm going to take this from a different angle than what I've heard so far. I like all your points for the record. But I think that what I want to talk about is more like school stuff, especially when you get into like college. Sports needs to be decoupled from the financial aspects of school. I think that the fact that education relies on, this level of competition, which doesn't pay people, one, and also is detrimental to their health in many cases, is of course perpetuating our grand ideas about what competition is or what it should look like. If even like family members and friends that I have that have done maybe like even semi-professional sports. I had an uncle, right? He had been cycling all his life, right? And he had tried to get into the competitive aspect of it. He went crazy. He had like 5% body fat, he would get sick constantly, trying to keep like that edge to make sure that, he was in peak condition, although I don't get how that is peak condition when a common cold can knock you on your ass. So I think we need to decouple this obsession with, I guess, like the financial aspect of sports and competition entirely. Because I think that infiltrates our general perceptions as well, on like what the stakes are, what they shouldn't be. Yeah, what I got.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. The glorification of competition as a result of like all of the monetary and financial rewards that we tie to it.
Well, I doubt those were some great points. We had a lot of great points tonight. Not everybody who I wanted to show up tonight could show up, and some of us came fashionably late, but better late than never. I'm gonna go ahead and let all of these lovely people shout themselves out. Tell us who you are, where we can find you, and if you want to, your pronouns and shit, and like also, as for the question of the day, who is your favorite female superhero? Let's go with that. Who is your favorite female superhero? We'll go with that. And then we'll close out. We'll start, of course, with Corey, please.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you again for the invitation on your first panel. Like, I really do feel honored to be part of it, and I don't take it for granted. But yeah, super enjoyed it. I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell84, and on Twitter and Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. I conveniently on Twitter, I announce my pronouns jokingly. He-Man and She-Ra are my pronouns, but no, he, him, they, them. Pretty much whatever you want, actually. And to answer your question, very easy for me. I don't know, hopefully it comes, Wonder Woman, 100%.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a real good one. All right, and then next we're gonna go ahead and move on to, well, first off, we're gonna tell Corey, I'm gonna tell you guys to check Corey out. Y'all need to check my boy out. He's a great guy, especially his tweets. Next we're gonna go ahead and go to, Sarah. Hey, ADHD! Go, Sarah.
Thank you again for having me on your panel. This was a lot of fun. I'm very glad that you had me on. And you can find me on TikTok and Instagram. It's Sarah Only. Sorry, I changed the name there. And my nonprofit is voicelessbehindbars.org. We help the wrongfully convicted up to raise money for them to pay for their legal fees, and we fight the stigma for those who are either in jail or have been to jail. My pronouns are she, her, and also my favorite female superhero would have to be Miss Marvel.
Good one. That's a good one. That is a very good one. I'm not too into Marvel. I'm more into DC. But like binary though, that's my type right there. That's my type. Anyway, for some reason I like women that are on fire. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and go to Beckett next. Whenever you're ready. Oh, there you go.
There we go. Hi. Yeah, so hi. Thanks, Eli, for hosting this and for having me. It's been a pleasure. It was a really great conversation. Yeah, I'm Beckett LA on most platforms. Not all, as you can see, but most of the ones that count. Mostly I am on TikTok, so you can catch me most frequently over there. And I'm trying to stream on Twitch now on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. LA. Oh, and my favorite female superhero is probably an out-of-the-box choice, but it's Black Canary.
Oh, I like Black Canary. I like Black Canary. Like her a lot. Yeah, please go check out another good friend of mine. Her and Sarah, two good friends of mine. Next, last but not least, and latest, Smite Knight. I'm just giving you shit, man.
Yeah, I am Smite Knight, he, him, historian. I do Twitch streams mostly. You can find me on Twitch or on Twitter at Smite SMIGHT _ Knight KNIGHT. Yeah, first off, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate the panel. I think I did a lot of prep to talk about intersectional feminism, and then I realized that I had to work. So I was like, well, great, so I'll be late. But anyway, so I guess favorite, did I miss anything? Favorite superhero? I'm gonna say actually Maeve from The Boys. I think a fantastic representation of like a realistic like person under the pressures of a capitalist system,
under extreme duress.
Yes, under extreme duress, and still doing what she can and just being a badass. I don't know.
Yeah. That's interesting because I've been meaning to actually make a TikTok about like
Welcome,
how
Boggle.
each one of the
great
members
reference
of like the 7 represents a very distinct problem, very distinct social aspect or problem within our society. And I think you really hit the nail on the head there with Maeve and how she really represents sort of like how women in many typically male-dominated fields are kind of like suppressed and pushed down, or in some cases pushed out, or are expected to perform a certain way, and then when they don't, they get ridiculed for it and everything like that. And that's a very good. I think she does. That's a very good interpretation, a very good symbol of that, I guess. Would be Queen Maeve. For me, my favorite female superhero, I have a lot actually, but I guess I'm gonna have to go with if I have to go with superhero specifically. My own question. I would say it's really hard for me between Wonder Woman and Supergirl. It's really hard for those two.
I understand
those two right there,
the conflict.
Yeah, those two, dear to my heart. Anyways, I thank you all so much for joining me. Please feel free to check out all of these wonderful individuals: Smite Knight, Beckett, Beckett LA, or Otaku Aerialist, It's Sarah or It's Only Sarah, and Corey Campbell, as well as Dr. K and Gremlo as well. I cannot thank these guys enough for coming onto this panel. I'm sorry if it was all over the place, and if I'm all over the place, this is just I am what you see is what you get. I'm sorry, I can't help myself, and I love these discussions on these topics, and what have you. And I hope to have you guys on in future episodes. Now get out of here. Thanks so much. Y'all have a good night.
Be well.
Take care.
Yeah.
You're wonderful, Eli. We appreciate you.
All right. And also welcome, Bako. Thank you so much for passing by. The only thing I can say, I am no legal expert, but definitely start destroying as many documents as you can. Cover your tracks. So yeah, that was a great panel. I enjoyed it. Definitely different than I think every other panel, or most every other panel that I've been on. Obviously, it's a panel where we pretty much all exclusively agree, and it's not a debate. Mostly, just actually conversing, discussing, sharing our perspectives. And I don't think there was any interrupting really whatsoever. So maybe not entertaining for those interested in the blood sports, and I guess whatever, dunking and trying to get your opponent to submit in a debate. But I much prefer discussion and conversation over debate, personally. But whether Louis 13 is still around, I have no idea. Probably not. But I still want to check out the link that they shared. But let me just change the title of my stream. I'm no longer on a panel. Oh, well, thank you so much for sticking around, Louis. Much appreciated. I am just updating the title of my stream. I am no longer on a panel. And there are actually some what I think interesting stories to cover. One second. Bear with me. Okay. So, also let me just read your comment. Earlier blamed men for not wanting higher earning women, but I've never heard anyone talk about women not wanting poor men. Surveys show both men and women expect men to be the financial support. Thoughts? So, totally, gender stereotypes, they don't only affect men, they affect both men and women. And also, gender stereotypes affecting men, yes, they are not only they are potentially not only perpetuated by men, but can be perpetuated by women. As in, women can be part of sort of reinforcing or perpetuating gender stereotypes towards men. Basically, just as men can be sexist towards women, totally, women can be sexist towards men. Absolutely a thing. It's unfortunate. But let's go through this. Americans see men as the financial providers, even as women's contributions grow. In about a third of married or cohabiting couples in the United States, women bring in half or more of the earnings, a significant increase from the past. But in most couples, men contribute more of the income. And this aligns with the fact that Americans place a higher value on a man's role as a financial provider. Where it's like, yeah, this is a social value that is likely, reinforced by society at large. Roughly 7 in 10 adults say it is very important for a man to be able to support a family financially to be a good husband or partner. By comparison, 32% say it's very important for a woman to do the same to be a good wife or partner, according to a new Pew Research Center survey. Men are especially likely to place a greater emphasis on their role as financial providers, while a nearly equal share of men and women say a man needs to be able to provide for his family to be a good husband or partner. 72 and 71, so basically exactly the same. Men are less likely than women to say the same about women. Just about a quarter of men say this is very important for a woman to be a good wife or a partner, compared with... So, I mean, here's where I think it gets almost the most interesting, right? Where, like, sure, this is not the majority of women, but in comparison to men, like, generally speaking, on average, it looks like women are less sexist towards men than men are towards other men. Whereas they say, oh no, I might be misreading this. Just a quarter of men say this is very important for a woman to be wife or partner, paired with 39% of women. Yeah, so it's like, it seems like men are sort of less concerned with, women being able to provide for their family. So that's a quarter, that's 25%, as opposed to 39%. So basically, women are holding other women to a higher standard than men are. Where it's like, it seems like, and I don't know for sure, but I would suspect this number would trend upwards over time. Whether it actually reaches a full 100%, probably not. But I can see this, approaching 50, 60%, where, like, sort of echoing this sentiment, where it's like, as they brought up at the beginning, 70% of women would say, yeah, it's important for also a woman to be able to provide for their family. Pretty much attempting to reach that parity or equality between men and women. As in, yes, men will say it's important for men to provide for their family, and women will also equally say it's important for women to provide for their family. Like this discrepancy here, 25% versus 39%. I think that's a huge discrepancy. I think that says something in terms of, like, yes, there's still some sexism here, but there is less sexism compared to men. However, the importance of being the financial provider ranks behind being caring and compassionate when it comes to being a good spouse or partner in the public's estimation. Let me just make sure I read this correctly. The importance of being the financial provider ranks behind. So yeah, being caring and compassionate is like a higher priority than being a good financial provider. So I suspect almost the reverse perception is what occurs in a large proportion of men. where it's like, very many men are socialized where it's like, yes, your role is just the provider. That is priority number one. As opposed to, the reality is probably the opposite. Where, maybe having good values, for example, being compassionate and caring is better than just simply, the paycheck that you bring in. Overwhelming majorities say it is very important for men and women to have these qualities to be good spouses or partners. The nationally representative survey of about 5,000 adults was conducted August 8 to 21, 2017, using Pew Research Center's American Trends panel. In roughly 2/3 of married or cohabiting couples, men earn more than women. As women in the U.S. and there's some interesting data here where I have, no doubt that this holds true across the country, across the entire United States. But there's some interesting data coming out where if you zoom in on particular regions or cities, or mostly cities, there's an interesting phenomenon that appears to be happening where it looks like women might be in the early stages of just overall out-earning men. As women in the US have increased their labor force participation and earning power, their contributions to household incomes have grown. These trends, along with the fact that women with higher levels of education and income are more likely to marry, have boosted the economic status of married households. Today, married adults are much more likely to live in upper-income households than are non-married adults. At the same time, income dynamics among couples have shifted. In 1980, only 13% of married women earned more than or about as much as their husbands. By 2000, the share had risen to 25%, pretty much a doubling, 13 to 25%. Today, 31% of women who are married or cohabiting are contributing at least half of the couple's total earnings, including 28% who earn more than their husband or partner, and 3% who earn about the same amount. In 69% of married or cohabiting couples, the man earns more than the woman, though this is down from 87% of married couples in 1980. This appears to be trending downwards, at least so far. The relative financial contributions of men and women differ significantly by the educational attainment of each partner. In about half of couples in which the husband and wife are both at least 25 years old, and the woman has more education than her male partner, he also earns at least as much as he does. In 29% of couples where both people have the same level of education, the woman earns the same as or more than the man. That share falls to 20% in couples where the man has more education than his wife or partner. I have no problem. I think this is almost done anyway, so he's based off of the looks of it. Second. Yeah, there's only a few paragraphs left. The views about who should be providing for family diverge along socioeconomic lines. Actually, I'm actually interested in this section. Right. So far this doesn't surprise me. Adults with lower incomes and less education are more likely to place a high value on a spouse or partner's ability to provide for a family, whether that spouse is a man or a woman, which, at the very least makes intuitive sense. If you are in a lower socioeconomic class, then you will place greater priority on, your earning power. Roughly 8 in 10 adults, ages 25 and older, with no education beyond high school, say that for a man to be a good husband or partner, being able to support a family financially is very important. Among those with some college experience, 72% say this, and the share is smaller still among those with a 4-year college degree. So it's like, presumably, as you get more and more educated, and as, your earning power increases, it looks like you place less importance on your partner's earning power. Okay, and I will bring up data, one moment. We're sort of to your point, Louis 13, where the issue, also Hardwood and Sock brought this up. The majority of women don't want a man that can't provide for their family. I also read that women are less confident providing for family, and I've never seen women look for a house husband. So, I'll agree with you that probably the current state of affairs, perpetuates gender stereotypes of women are whatever, the stay-at-home wife, and the man or the male is the provider. They bring home the paycheck. These gender stereotypes are still very much at play. But there's some data, to show similar to what this data is saying, where as you get more educated, as you potentially move up in earning power, you place less emphasis on your partner's earning power. Where it's it's not a big deal because I also have the ability to earn an income, and contribute and sustain us financially. And there's some data to show that as countries become more and more egalitarian, that these gender stereotypes decrease, and that the argument that what women find attractive, they're just biologically programmed or wired to seek out a partner or mate that is able to provide, and that what matters is just the paycheck, and that's all that they chase. Well, again, there's some data to show that, again, as you approach gender equality, those attitudes and preferences go down. An influential explanation for gender differences in mating strategies is that these sex-specific reproductive constraints faced by human ancestors shaped these differences. Other theorists have emphasized the role of societal factors, hypothesizing, for example, that gender differences in mate preferences should wane in gender-equal societies. However, findings have been ambiguous. Using recent data and a novel measure of gender equality, we revisited the role of gender parity in gender differentiation or mate preferences. In the first study, over 3,000 participants from 10 nations with a gradually decreasing global gender gap index provided online ratings of the desirability of mate attributes with reportedly evolutionary origins. In the second study, these gender gap index scores were related to gender differences in mate preferences, previously reported for, about 9,000 participants from 31 nations. Both studies show that gender differences in mate preferences with presumed evolutionary roots decline proportionally to increases in nations' gender parity. As in, the biological argument put forth that, that women just, again, that they are wired to just search for a partner that will be a provider. It seems like that programming tends to decrease in more gender egalitarian societies, or as countries sort of approach parity in this gender gap index, or as the gender gap index decreases, where it's you're seeing the attitude change. Similar, again, as outlined here, where it's maybe this argument or this idea that women are just programmed to seek out a provider, maybe it's not in their genes, or not exclusively in their genes, and that maybe that's mostly, maybe exclusively socially constructed, or reinforced by the culture or whatever the society values, or however they're socialized. That would be sort of my explanation for this, and this is why this doesn't surprise me. What I will say is that, yes, I showed one study, calling that into question, this sort of biological argumentation, and that yes, this study has not been replicated yet, I'm not saying like this is absolute fact. I'm just saying there's a little bit of data to show that, you know, these biological arguments that are put forth, you know, we shouldn't just accept them as fact. That we're seeing attitudes shift. We even see them shift based off of education. I think that tells you something. That, you know, it's not just some program that's running in our genes, and that at the very least it's modifiable. Adults in lower income families are more likely than those in higher income families to say being able to financially support a family is very important for making a man or woman a good spouse or partner. For example, 41% of adults with family incomes of less than $30,000 say this is a very important attribute for a woman to have, compared with 23% of those with incomes of $75,000 or more. Where again, this doesn't surprise me. Where like, if these types of attitudes and ideas were just like, you know, biologically ingrained, it's very difficult to see why they would just change, and they change based off of, you know, your socioeconomic class. Where it's like, you know, again, you're almost seeing it change in real time. Blacks and Hispanics are more likely than whites to place a high level of importance on being able to financially support a family when it comes to being a good spouse or partner. 84% of blacks say this is very important for a man, as do 78% of Hispanics. By comparison, 67% of whites say the same. And like, is this, you know, driven by race exclusively? Probably not. There might be a cultural factor at play, but this is likely more explained by, you know, socioeconomic factors. As in, generally speaking, you know, whites or Caucasians are they're more in these income ranges than these ones, and that's why you're seeing these attitudes shift along these, you know, racial lines. And while 52% of blacks and 40% of Hispanics say it is very important for a woman to be able to provide for a family, and only 27% of whites agree. There are age differences as well. Adults ages 65 and older, for instance, are more likely than younger age groups to say that a man should be able to provide financial support for his family. Yeah, you're seeing changes based off of age. Where, you know, generally speaking, those in the younger generations, they tend to be more progressive, more left-leaning, and therefore, you know, more in favor or have more egalitarian attitudes. And so you see sort of a decrease in some of these sexist attitudes. But the different expectations for men and women persist across age groups. Among adults ages 18 to 29, for example, 64% say it is very important for men to be able to provide for their family, while 34% say the same about women. College graduates place more importance on having a well-educated spouse or partner. Views also differ across demographic groups when it comes to other attributes of spouses or partners. For instance, similar shares of men and women say it is very important for men to contribute to household chores to be good spouses or partners. Okay, so to me, this is also interesting. And I have no doubt that this has almost certainly shifted over time, where it's like, yeah, go back 40, 50 years, it's almost certainly a much lower number, where like the attitude or the idea that men should be contributing to like the household and household chores, that's probably like, you know, in the 20-30%, if not lower. And I have no doubt that if you tracked it over time, you're just seeing this increase. But men and women have somewhat different views about the importance of this attribute in women. 7 in 10 women say contributing to household chores is very important for women, while 56% of men agree. So again, it's almost like women are holding themselves to a higher standard than men are. Where again, it seems like on the whole, men are more perpetuating these sexist attitudes than women. Younger adults view contributing to chores around the house as about equally important for men and for women, but older adults are more likely to see this as an important attribute for women than for men. Among adults ages 65 and older, 65% say it is very important for a woman to contribute to household chores to be a good spouse or partner. By comparison, 52% of adults in this age group say this is very important for a man to be a good spouse or partner. As for educational attainment, men and women overall tend to agree on the importance of a man or a woman being well educated in order to make a good spouse or partner. But college graduates are more likely than those with lower levels of education to say this is very important. Among adults ages 25 and older with a bachelor's degree or higher, 40% say being well educated is very important for a woman to be a good wife or partner, compared with 30% of those with less education. When it comes to the importance of a man being well educated, 44% of those with a bachelor's degree or higher say this is very important, compared with 30% of those. Yes, sense to me. Blacks and Hispanics are also more likely than whites to emphasize the importance of being well educated in order for a man or a woman to be a good spouse or partner. About half of blacks, 50%, and Hispanics, 49%, say that this is very important for a woman, compared with 28% of whites. Similarly, 49% of Hispanics and 45% of blacks say that being well educated is very important for a man, compared with 32% of whites. And I'm sure, this is not just strictly a matter of race alone. There are cultural and economic factors at play as well. But none of this surprises me. And to, address your point, Louis, that men can be sexist towards men, and that holds true. Women can also be sexist towards men. But even this article itself, I think pretty much reinforces the notion that, on average, women appear to have, slightly less sexist attitudes towards men than men do towards themselves or other men. Where, like, in multiple instances throughout this article, like, women are holding other women to a higher standard, where it's like, yeah, they should be able to provide for their family. They should be contributing to household chores. Sort of less likely to buy into gender stereotypes. Is it on the sidebar? No. But there's some interesting data. Let me see if I can bring it up. That I alluded to. And again, this doesn't surprise me. If you, you're looking at the higher education numbers, and I think there are potential, interesting societal ramifications, as a result of this. And I think this trend is only going to, continue in that direction. As in, like, more and more women are going to start out earning men, at increasing levels and rates, because men are not getting educated, or they're not getting, like they can't. It doesn't seem like they have the competence to be able to do that. Where it's like, yeah, young women are out earning young men in several U.S. cities. As pretty stark numbers. This is just straight stats. Where, like, so this is from the National Center for Education Statistics. Okay. You look at bachelor's degrees. You have, 1.1 million to, much less than that. Almost 300,000 less. Look at master's degrees, 493,000 to 326,000. So, like, 150, 160,000 discrepancy. You look at doctorate degrees, 10,000 degree discrepancy. So I would ask you why why would you say that? I'm curious as to why you would think that a woman would be happier marrying an uneducated man. And so and these numbers are only going to get worse. Like I have very little doubt. I could be wrong, but I have very little doubt that like this discrepancy is only going to widen. As in, like, this number is going to continue trending upwards, and this one's either going to like trend downwards or like pretty much stay the same. I don't think this is going to really change all that meaningfully. This, I have no doubt, this will continue trending upwards, and I think that will hold true. Well, no. So, and here is where, okay, I think there's, if you look at the data, okay, and here is where this concept of power and dominance and patriarchy, I think comes into play, because I think it's fair to say that historically, before women were able to get educated, you know, the man was, you know, the man of the household. They were the head of the household. You know, they were in control. You know, they controlled the finances, and they pretty much, you know, controlled very many aspects of the family. And I think there were power dynamics at play, because I think men are largely socialized to, you know, whatever, buy into this concept of power, and dominance, as opposed to women. I think that's much less likely to be the case. That women are more looking to have an equal, actually have a partnership, as opposed to like looking for someone to be the breadwinner. I think you saw that in this last article. Where it's alluded to. Like, yeah, like in this point here, just a quarter of men say this is very important for a woman to be a good wife or partner. So, like, again, more women are saying to other women, it's important for you to, you know, be able to provide for your family. Women are much more in favor of equality, as opposed to men. The way they are socialized, you know, they buy into the gender stereotype of like, you know, you have to be in power. You need to be dominant and have control. And this is why you can also try to bring up other data. One second. Is it this one? Nope. This one. Because I think this concept of breadwinner, this is largely perpetuated. Not largely, but very often perpetuated by men. As opposed to like women, they're not looking necessarily for to be the breadwinner. They're looking for, again, a partnership where like both people are winning. Something wrong with my internet connection. But for whatever reason, Google doesn't want to work for me. I think this is it. Okay. So, this article is largely about how, yes, there are more adults than ever that are living basically unpartnered or without a spouse. And what's interesting to me is that this appears to be most damaging or most negative towards men, of like a woman living alone unpartnered, not a huge deal, as opposed to like an unpartnered man. Men are now more likely than women to be unpartnered, which wasn't the case 30 years ago. Okay, and again, this appears to be another place where men are, not up to the task. They're not up to the task to get an education, and they're not up to task to like reevaluate, your values. And like, maybe I don't need to buy into these gender stereotypes. And I think you're seeing this at play in the dating world, where at least in the circles that I run, which are admittedly very left leaning. That's a valid question because, again, as I was about to touch upon, like in the circles that I run in, which again very left leaning, like there are women who are looking to find a partner, a male partner, and like they can't find one that they actually like, that actually like aligns with their values, that because they're very frequently running into men that are like, I would say that are buying into or have internalized very many aspects of toxic masculinity, and basically women are rejecting them, at least the left-leaning women that I know, and I think this is a contributor to the rise of incel communities, because you are finding more and more men unpartnered, okay, and I'm reasonably sure this is not by choice. This is largely driven of them being like rejected by very many women, because they have very many toxic attitudes that a lot of left-leaning women don't want to have to deal with. Right? So 39% to 36%. Increase in share of unpartnered adults has been greater among men. And you are seeing this. I'm pretty sure this is only going to increase. And even though they call it incel, I'm pretty sure it's not voluntary, obviously. Like they want to find a partner, but as a result of the toxic masculinity that they have bought into, like they are being rejected over and over, and they don't want to change. I read one explanation that men may have more opportunities in apprenticeships and therefore don't go into uni. So that might be a part of it, okay, but that doesn't change, okay. Again, I'll bring up more data. I think you're alluding to something called the eligible bachelor paradox. Maybe. I have no problem admitting that I don't think I've ever heard of the eligible bachelor paradox. But if you want to educate me, by all means. Nope. Not gonna get that article without signing up. Same thing with this one, fortunately. Okay, so if this is a rise in apprenticeships, and that might be playing a part, but it doesn't change the fact that there are two things driving, men not succeeding in university or higher education. Like, one is like, yes, they're choosing not to go, or at least there are some who are choosing not to go, and maybe they're choosing not to go in favor of pursuing apprenticeships. But this doesn't take into account. Right. So that's exactly what I was going to say. If they were pursuing apprenticeships, then like this doesn't explain that so many are dropping out. As in, they are attempting to go, okay, but then they go and they are not succeeding and they drop out. They have this example here. Brian Forsyth, Worcester State University in Worcester, Massachusetts, where male enrollment has dropped 40%. Below, yes. They don't talk about the dropout rate, but there are other articles alluding to the dropout rate, which is also quite high. Where, like, yes, there's the drop in enrollment, for sure. But as you alluded to, Louis, they are more likely to drop out. And yes, and here is where this concept and how insidious toxic masculinity, I think, can be. Because men should be able to go and seek out mental health support, but they don't. As in, same thing, just as they very often choose not to pursue higher education, they are choosing not to seek mental health support. And there are multiple reasons, okay? I'm not gonna sit here and say that there's, one single reason for any of these issues. But one of the reasons why men are less likely to seek out mental health support, or really any support whatsoever, is because, this perception that it's, that it's viewed as weak. That if you need help, that means you are weak and, you're not a quote unquote, real man. We see this. So be careful. Be very careful. That is a common misconception. Okay? Which I will gladly cover now. Where it's like, yeah, many people just think that the discrepancy in higher education is like, oh, the humanities, the social sciences, like, yeah, that's just like 100% women, but you still, like, men are still okay in STEM. So let's evaluate that. So the third column here is women. It goes total, male, and then female. I'm pretty sure biochemistry, that's a STEM degree, okay? And you can see, this is almost gender equal. Still, more women. But now, let's look at molecular biology. Almost equal, but still, more women. Now let's look. Okay, let's keep going. How about cell biology and anatomy? That's low numbers. Yes, exactly. As in, like, the life sciences. Okay, pretty much anything biology related is, like, dominated by women. You see it here in this one. Yeah, cell cellular molecular biology, like that's literally my discipline. That's what I got my bachelor's degree in. I got it in cell and molecular biology. Like that was at least 60% women, if not probably close to like 70-75%. And you can see that's reflected in these numbers. Virology, well, nothing. Medical microbiology and bacteriology, like this is almost like 2 to 1. You have zoology, animal biology, like huge dominance by women. You have just physiology in general. Okay, I think that counts as a STEM degree. Dominated by men. Rather dominated by women. You know, you look at bioinformatics. Okay, that you still see now men dominating, but I have no doubt that again this is going to change over time. But pretty much like all of biology. Ooh, look at neuroscience. This is like heavily dominated by women. And so like you know, the notion that like all of STEM is like dominated by men, not true. Generally speaking, like yes, men are still dominating in like very niche segments of STEM, largely in the engineering, mathematics domains, anything, and computer science. Those are like the only real like STEM disciplines where men are still dominating. But your typical life sciences, chemistry, biology, biochemistry, you know, molecular biology, like virtually all of the life sciences are dominated by women. And I'm pretty sure that's only going to, you know, trend in that direction. Okay, what are jobs that women want are more likely to require degrees? Yeah, that might be, and what's most interesting, at least to me, where it's like, when you look at veterinarians, like, just men, men don't go into veterinary medicine all that much. And that, you know, I have my suspicions as to why that is, but it's so interesting, at least to me, of like, traditionally speaking, okay, go back like whatever 50, 100 years, like medicine, human medicine, like pretty much exclusively men. Okay, and yet, you know, the medicine of non-human animals, for some reason, like men don't want to go into that profession. Even today. But now medical school, pretty much like all of medicine, is like, I think, on the trajectory to like pretty much be dominated by women, like almost exclusively. I don't say that as a bad thing. Like, I don't view it as bad. I'm mostly concerned about sort of like the societal ramifications in terms of like I am concerned about sort of a growing resentment or anger in men. I think we're already seeing some signs of this in terms of, you know, this growing resentment and anger is going to be channeled towards something. And I don't think it's going to be channeled towards something that's very good or productive, if not probably more destructive. I think some of these elements are at play in some aspects of the conservative movement. And it might be, okay, but that, you know, the jobs that women want, they are more likely to require degrees. But then I would ask the question, okay, and I'm not sure I have an answer, but I would pose the question to you then, like, if men, you know, are all super concerned about, you know, competing, competition, you know, men are about ambition, like, then why why don't they want the jobs that require degrees? Okay, because one would assume like medicine is a highly prestigious, generally speaking, society views it as this prestigious job, like pretty much you being a doctor, like you automatically, gain respect in just about everyone in all of society's eyes. And so like why wouldn't men want go into medicine? One would think that if men are all about competition, and being a provider, and getting a stable job, having like respect and status, one would think that they would just go in droves into medicine, and yet they are gradually, slowly, disappearing from medicine. And like it's hard for me to reconcile of like, men are all about competition, but when it comes to these things about going to get a degree to potentially get a high earning, high respect job, well then seems like they can't compete. Why is okay, well, I'm glad you're on that page in terms of like I would agree with you that men shouldn't be all about competition. But I think far too many are. And they are finding out that when it comes to like competing, it requires some things that they might not have been socialized to have. Actually, I will try to bring up a specific example of that. One moment. One second. Okay. So, this is from the International Journal of Medical Education. So this is like, a scientific study. This is data. Abstract. Results. Conclusions. I highlighted the conclusion. And I sort of touched on this study before. So, how do you cultivate like resilience? Not only and like that's pretty much what this study is asking. Of like, there's a high rate, understandably so. There's a high rate of burnout in healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers. Okay, and so how do we reduce burnout? Okay, like what cultivates resilience in anybody, specifically even of medical students or medical residents? Okay, and they touch upon it. Okay, where it's like, and they outright explicitly say it. Alexithymia, empathy, gender, and year of formation correspond to predicting factors of resilience. As in, they're asking the question, like, what are the factors that go into resilience? This suggests that the resilience of vulnerable residents can be enhanced by increasing their empathy. Okay, like, I would want everybody to read that carefully, because it might be counterintuitive, right? At least, I would suspect that's counterintuitive to most people. Of like, if you want to increase your resilience, you should increase your ability to empathize, as in to understand the emotions of others. I think most people would say the opposite. Of like, if I want to be resilient, I I just decrease my empathy and I just become like more robotic. But it's actually the opposite. Where it's like if you want to increase your resilience, you want to reduce burnout, then the ability to empathize and to understand your emotions, as they sort of say here, and by reducing their alexithymia. Alexithymia is essentially the inability to describe or understand your own emotions. And I think this is one of the factors at play as to why men are no longer succeeding at going to medical school or becoming a doctor. Because if you look at who is more likely to have high levels of empathy, it is just women on the whole. Like it's like no contest. Just the vast majority of women have higher levels of empathy than men. And turns out, empathy is not just important for resilience in medical school. It's important for resilience across many different things. Just resilience in general. It requires resilience just to get through a university degree. And if you don't have resilience, as in if you have low levels of empathy, you have low levels of resilience. And if you have low levels of resilience, you will probably not succeed all that well in higher education. And in many other domains of life. And this is found over and over. And that's what I attempted to bring up on the panel. Obviously, it's like a much larger conversation and more nuanced detail. But that's why I think it is so insidious of toxic masculinity. Of like, sure, you want to deny your emotions, you want to suppress your emotions, like go for it, like, but you are almost certainly going to be the person that pays the price for that somewhere down the line. Either in your ability to succeed in higher education, or just your ability to deal with any sort of negative event somewhere down the line. And like, yeah, the share of unpartnered men is increasing, and I think that's only going to increase over time. And they touch upon it here, right? Since 1990, worse outcomes for unpartnered men and better outcomes for partnered women. Where it's like, to be unpartnered just appears to be overall more damaging for men than it is for women. As in, again, men are paying the price. Oh, Surfer McGritty, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. We are talking about, so Louis brought up, we're basically talking about gender stereotypes to a certain extent. Toxic masculinity, why men are no longer succeeding in higher education, and how gender stereotypes, are negatively affecting men. Gender stereotypes, largely perpetuated by other men, are affecting men negatively. That's sort of what we're touching upon now, currently. So yes, the economic gap between single and partner adults has generally grown wider since 1990, though exceptions exist. The change has been greater on some measures among women than men, and the dynamics underlying the shifts reflect different realities for each group. For women, the gaps have widened not because unpartnered women are faring worse now than 1990, but rather because partner women have experienced significant improvements in their outcomes. In contrast, the economic gap between unpartnered and partnered men has widened mainly because the former are faring worse on most indicators. As in, again, if a man goes unpartnered, it appears to be pretty damaging. In 1990, similar shares of unpartnered and partnered women had completed at least a bachelor's degree. Both groups have improved their educational attainment, but partnered women have made greater strides. By 2019, 43% of partner women were college graduates, resulting in a significant gap in educational attainment between the two groups. And this is what you touched upon, Louis, earlier. Of like, you asked the question, shouldn't women start to be happier marrying more uneducated men over time? And the answer is no. Because, you know, women, at least again, in the circles that I run in, they are looking for a partner, someone that is equal. As in, if you ask a woman who has a college degree, what is the likelihood or how important is it that their partner also has some sort of college degree or higher education? The likelihood is high, as in they are looking for someone who is equally as educated as them. And so I think we are seeing some of these effects of like, as more and more women get educated and get a university or college degree, okay, and they are searching for a partner that also has a university or college degree. Well, out there are less and less men with a college or university degree, and I think that's one of the reasons why you are seeing this number, the number of unpartnered men, increase, because, you know, understandably, women don't want to marry someone or, you know, have a relationship with someone that is less educated or not as educated as them. So, partner women have closed some of the gap in employment with single women. In 1990, single women were significantly more likely to be working than partnered women. Employment has increased among both groups, but especially among partnered women. A 7 percentage point gap has narrowed to 3 points. This is due in large part to the growing share of mothers who have entered the labor force since 1990. In 1990, unpartnered women at the median out-earned their partnered counterparts. Unpartnered women's median earnings have since remained stagnant, while partnered women's median earnings have increased by 13,000. A 5,400 gap in favor of single women has reversed, and as of 2019 had become an 8,000 earnings gap in favor of partnered women. Do you think the overturning of Roe? That's a good question. Let me think for a moment. I think there's, intuitively, I want to say yes. I'm just trying to think, or rather speculate, on the exact mechanism of how. Like, I can totally see, you know, I'm very left-leaning, and so I'm generally surrounded by people who are, and women who are also like very left-leaning, and thus pro-choice. And so they are less likely to get into a relationship or have a partner that is not also pro-choice. And also at the same time, I think understandably so in the United States. Yeah. I don't know that I have a concrete answer. Just intuitively, I would say yes, the overturning of Roe v. Wade would have an impact on these stats. But I don't have a firm answer on like the concrete mechanism as to how. But yeah, it's a good question. I definitely have to like think a lot about that. Right, yeah, turning to men. Single men have made only minimal gains in educational attainment since 1990. By 2019, 26% of single men had completed at least a bachelor's degree, up from 24% in 1990. So it's like, you know, basically like a 2 percentage point increase over like 30 years, which I would say this is probably not statistically significant. It is basically like stayed plateaued. Educational gains have been much more substantial for partnered men over this period. The share who had completed at least a bachelor's degree rose 11 percentage points from 1990 to 2019, increasing the educational gap between partnered and unpartnered men from 3 to 11 percentage points. So, like, yeah. As I sort of alluded to earlier, being unpartnered seems to, like, have a more damaging effect on men. Whereas, like, yeah, if you remain unpartnered, then you're even less likely to be able to complete higher education or receive a bachelor's degree, get a bachelor's degree. Single men have fallen further behind their partnered counterparts educationally at a time when job opportunities for less educated men in the US labor market have become more limited. This is reflected in trends in employment and earnings. Many studies have documented rising joblessness among less educated men of prime working age, accompanied by falling real wages since 1980. There is less consensus on the factors contributing to these declining fortunes, but explanations usually include those involving both the demand for less educated workers and the supply. Like, yeah, this holds over and over. I mean, I don't need to read the rest. But basically, like, we are seeing a slight rise over time in the percentage of unpartnered men, highlighted by this graph here, slightly trending upwards over time. And that, like, yeah, remaining unpartnered for a man seems to, you know, be more damaging to them. And I think there is potential negative societal outcomes as a result of that, unfortunately. So, to move on and to cover a story that's in my stream title, where in my area, and to sort of touch upon what you brought up, Surfer McGritty, in terms of Roe v. Wade, I'm curious whether this is legal or not in the United States, or I'm sure it almost certainly varies by state. But it seems like, at least in my province, Quebec, pharmacists have the right to refuse emergency contraception, where, like, this actually happened recently. Quebec woman speaks out after pharmacist denies her morning after pill due to his religious beliefs. A young woman from Saguenay, Quebec, says she left a local pharmacy feeling shamed after a pharmacist refused to sell her emergency oral contraception, better known as the morning after pill, because it went against his religious beliefs. I felt bad, I felt really judged, said the 24-year-old woman, who asked to remain anonymous for fear of reprisal. The woman said the pharmacist told her prescribing her the pill was not in his values, and told her to either go to another store or wait around for another pharmacist to show up who could prescribe it to her. I was a bit flabbergasted. I didn't know what to say. The woman said of her experience at the Jonkatsu pharmacy in the borough of Chicoutimi. She finally got access to the pill by going to another nearby pharmacy. But 2 days after the event, the woman said she's still recovering from the emotional distress it caused her. For maximum effectiveness, the emergency oral contraception pill should be taken 12 to 24 hours after intercourse, according to Familipre, a Canadian group of independent pharmacists. The woman said she told the pharmacist that her situation was time-sensitive and that she needed to take the pill that day, but he wouldn't do anything for me. She said she was lucky her employer allowed her to take some time off to wait for service at another pharmacy, where she finally received the medication. The pharmacist in question declined Radio Canada's request for an interview, but he acknowledged that this was not the first time he has refused to provide this service. In a statement to CBC Montreal, the Jonkatsu Group, so this is, you know, a group of, this is basically like a pharmacy franchise, said while it recognizes the right of women to have access to the professional services they want, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms allows a professional to refuse to perform an act that would go against his or her values. According to Quebec's Order of Pharmacists, in these cases, the pharmacist is obliged to refer the patient to another pharmacist who can provide them this service. In the case where the pharmacy is located in a remote area where the patient does not have the possibility of being referred elsewhere, the pharmacist has a legal obligation to ensure the patient gets the pill. The OPQ said that while it cannot speak about this young woman's specific case, one thing is certain. In such a situation, the patient must not feel judged and must be taken care of by the professional, even if they do not personally provide the service. The OPQ said patients can always file a complaint with its investigations department if they believe a pharmacist had committed a fault. A setback for women's rights, a local women's group. In the wake of the U.S. Supreme Court's recent decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, ending the constitutional right to abortion, a women's rights group in Saguenay says this situation feels like yet another setback for women's rights. We want to make sure that we're not regressing on these issues. That's very important, said Giselle Dallaire, the coordinator for, basically this women's rights groups. Dallaire said seeking emergency oral contraception is already a tough decision to make, and being refused it can be discouraging. You're in a weak position, and you have to go and ask, and then you're facing a refusal, she said. I was very sad for this woman, that she needed to take another action, and to go to another pharmacist, and maybe receive another refusal. Dallaire said the pharmacy needs to do more to warn women seeking this sort of contraceptive care that this pharmacist will not provide them with it, so that they don't have to face the same situation. For the 24-year-old, she said it should be her choice to take the pill, and she shouldn't be made to feel ashamed about it. I don't think it's the pharmacist's place to make us feel that way. It's my decision to make. It's not his, it's my body. The woman is considering filing a complaint with the OPQ. In the meantime, she has reported the situation to Jean Coutu's customer service department, which I was not aware that, pharmacists in my province had this right to refuse emergency contraception to a patient. And I think this is pretty horrible, horrific. I would say, don't become a pharmacist if something like this is against your values. Just as, I don't know, if you're a firefighter, if running into a burning building is against your values, you should certainly not become a firefighter. Basically, if you can't fulfill your job responsibilities, then don't go into that job. And there was this follow-up article, and Quebec pharmacists legally refused to prescribe the morning after pill. And it seems like this is built into the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to a certain extent, of you have the freedom of conscience, as in you presumably have the right to act out your values or not do anything that goes against your values, but that only extends so far. But it seems like refusing emergency contraception is that's within the realms of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Conscience should be respected unless there is a completely compelling reason, says human rights lawyer. And I think, personally, providing emergency contraception is a completely compelling reason. There's a pretty small window of maximal effectiveness of emergency contraception. And so I think should be legally obligated to provide it as a pharmacist. Legal experts say a pharmacist in Saguenay, Quebec, who refused to prescribe the morning after pill to a woman was within his rights, but he had an obligation to accommodate her through other means. Radio Canada reported Wednesday that a 24-year-old woman, said a Jean Coutu pharmacist in the borough of Chicoutimi, refused to sell her emergency oral contraception because doing so would not align with his values. Ultimately, she went to another pharmacy to get the pill. But if I remember correctly, this is a fairly remote area. This is absolutely not a major city in the province of Quebec. And so there is no guarantee that there is any sort of other pharmacy nearby. The woman wished to remain anonymous for fear of reprisal. Asked whether the pharmacist was justified in his actions, human rights lawyer Julius Gray says a person cannot be forced to act against their beliefs. A person's conscience should be respected unless there is a completely compelling reason for it not to be. We consider all sorts of other things, equality, fairness, etc., as more important than conscience, but conscience is a fundamental thing. According to Section 3 of the Quebec Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms, every person is the possessor of the fundamental freedoms, including freedom of conscience, freedom of religion, freedom of opinion, freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. Gray says the importance of conscience shouldn't be understated. Like most freedoms, there may be limits. For instance, Gray says if this pharmacy were the only one in the region where the pill could be obtained, then the pharmacist may be obligated to prescribe it. You're balancing the liberty and equality rights of one person with the liberty and equality rights of another, Gray said. But if there is another pharmacy next door or another pharmacist even working with him, he can say, I don't want to do this. Which, again, this is pretty wild to me. And I don't think you should have freedom of conscience in this context. To explain that the pharmacist acted within his rights, Gray also pointed to Section 7 and Section 15 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which discuss liberty, interests, and equality rights. Pearl Eliadis, a human rights lawyer and associate professor at the Max Bell School of Public Policy, notes the woman was entitled to receive the morning after pill when she requested it, and in a manner that respected the timeline to ensure a safe medical procedure. The emergency oral contraception pill should be taken 12 to 24 hours after intercourse for maximum effectiveness, according to Familiprix, a Canadian group of independent pharmacists. She says the pharmacist had an obligation to exercise diligence and make sure the woman received the needed medical service. Both Eliadis and Gray say companies should screen pharmacists to understand whether they have convictions, religious or otherwise, that would prevent them from fulfilling their legal obligations. Having those conversations with staff would allow pharmacies to plan accordingly, they said. Eliadis added that despite women's rights and secularism being integral parts of Quebec society, a patient can still be refused medical services because of a healthcare provider's personal convictions. How is it that we have expanded all this political energy to make sure that women who are seeking certain public positions are not able to wear religious garb when it's mandated by their religion, which does not affect anybody's rights in any way, she said. It certainly would have been possible for the pharmacist not to express his view and simply to say, let me get you another colleague. Radio Canada reported that the Jean Coutu pharmacist acknowledged the incident wasn't the first time he had refused to prescribe emergency oral contraception. But Marie-Claude Bacon, a spokesperson for Metro, which owns Jean Coutu, called the account speculative in an email to CBC. She said most of the company's pharmacies already have mechanisms in place that allow clients to receive service from another professional on site or, when the pharmacist is alone on duty, as soon as possible to another one of its nearby pharmacies. The company refused to comment on what processes are set up to accommodate clients and how employees would be reprimanded if they don't help them obtain the pill by other means after refusing to prescribe it themselves. Giselle Dallaire, the coordinator for for basically this women's rights group, says although pharmacies must take into account their employees' comfort levels, businesses should clearly indicate where and how women can receive the service to avoid wasting time. It says it in the name, it's an emergency, Dallaire said. Once you take the decision, and for a woman it's not an easy decision, you don't want to stay any longer. It should not be the consumer who has to adapt, it should be the pharmacist who should adapt and be ready to serve. Which this basically sums up my sentiment exactly. I think that's providing emergency contraception is part of the job of being a pharmacist, and if you can't fulfill that obligation, then you simply should not be a pharmacist. As in, I don't think freedom of conscience has like any bearing here on this situation. All right. Good question, Louis 13. I don't think it has to be, so it doesn't have to be prescribed, if I remember correctly, it doesn't have to be prescribed by like a medical doctor. it's sort of alluded to in that article of like the pharmacists. I think this is mostly just for record keeping, as in just to keep a record of like, you know, whatever number of pills given out. But I could be wrong about that. But I think at the very least, it's like the pharmacist, it has to like be kept behind the counter, so that, you know, you just can't simply buy it off the shelves. As I guess you don't want people sort of mistakenly taking it, or any sort of like, you want to minimize any sort of accident happening. That's, I think that's really the only reason as to why you just can't like walk into any pharmacy and like buy it off the shelf. I think, yeah. Not 100% sure as to why it has to be prescribed, but that's sort of my intuitive reason. Oh yes, and you know, so there was supposed to be a Pride event yesterday, Sunday, but it was canceled at the last minute, which I don't think has ever happened. And it was apparently just, you know, seems to be the result of poor planning, as far as I could tell. The reasons behind the shocking last-minute cancellation of Montreal's Pride Parade can be boiled down to a simple yet glaring oversight, according to the event's lead organizer, a failure to hire security staff. So I guess, you know, whatever. The staff shortage is just like widespread, and, you know, bleeds into hiring security staff as well. The parade was canceled on Sunday morning, just hours before it was set to kick off. I'm like, yeah, I remember waking up, you know, yesterday morning, checking my news app, and like reading the headline, where it's like, yeah, literally canceled last minute. When I think, you know, I don't think many people traveled like internationally, but many people traveled from relatively far distances to attend Montreal Pride, and it was just like on the fly canceled. But I would have thought, be wrong, I would have thought that they would have known that there wouldn't be enough security staff available, like at least days, if not weeks or months in advance. I would assume you know that there's a lack of security or a security shortage, like way before this. In an interview with CBC's Montreal's Daybreak host Sean Henry, Simon Gamache said that was when he heard about 100 security staff needed to monitor the parade route had not been hired. It was never done. So it seems like it might have just been simply incompetence. It's something we're going to investigate. As you can imagine, we're taking it very seriously. I don't want to speculate at this moment, he said. Obviously, I am the executive director for this organization, so I ultimately am the person responsible for this. So it seems like, in combination with huge incompetence, it seems like it's also just huge oversight, sort of highlighted here. Where it's like, this person's the head organizer, and they are not like keeping tabs on whether there's enough security. And only last minute they're notified, oh, we don't have any security staff. With tens of thousands of expected spectators and participants left disappointed, some holding impromptu events on their own, Gamache is left having to explain what went wrong, why, and what all it means for the future of the organization. According to him, a lack of volunteers was a constant challenge this year, but overall, the event had hired enough staff for the week-long festivities and to provide security during the parade. But people were never specifically hired and assigned to parade security, said Gamache, who has been the organization's executive director for less than a year. So I guess, basically new. Sunday's march would have been the city's first large-scale Pride parade since the start of the pandemic. Initially, Montreal Pride had tweeted that the decision to cancel the event was made in collaboration with Montreal Police. The organization later corrected its statement, saying the decision was made by the organizers alone. The cancellation caught a lot of people off guard, including Montreal Mayor Valérie Plante. If we had been made aware of the lack of staff or anything else, we would have put in the necessary energy, the mayor said during a news conference on Sunday. So it's like, just huge incompetence and huge oversight. Where it seems like, at the very least, if they had some notice, like the city itself, the city of Montreal, would have stepped in and, potentially provided some security. My frustration this morning is realizing that it seems there were decisions made, but we were never informed, and that's disappointing. In a tweet, Montreal Police emphasized that it was not involved in the decision to cancel the parade, and that it was ready to help with event security. Leadership under scrutiny. Businesses in Montreal's village that had been eagerly awaiting a wave of clientele during the parade took the news of the cancellation especially hard, according to the Merchants Association. Some of my merchants were crying because it's the big day of the year for the village, so everyone was quite upset that the parade didn't go on, said Gabrielle Rondy, executive director of the group. Rondy said it's too early to know what the repercussions of the cancellations will be for businesses, but she will be speaking with merchants in the coming days to take stock and see if she can offer support. Meanwhile, Zara Hayter, a queer Muslim writer and activist in Montreal, that leaders at Montreal Pride need to be held accountable and possibly replaced. Pride is a really important space for marginalized, oppressed people to celebrate together and to come together and share their struggle and their joy. I would hope that they would appoint leadership that are from the QT BIPOC community, like racialized queer folks that understand the struggle, who understand how important it is. Others, like Samuel Miriello, believe the current director is doing his best and should be given another chance. I want to see Simon Gamache stay. I think he's an impeccable worker. He's an all-star. I think he will definitely learn from this mistake, and I'm excited to see his vision for the next few years, said the Director of Human Resources and Partnerships at Rezo, a community group. Organizer says it was too late. As a result of the abrupt cancellation, members of Montreal's 2S LGBTQIA+ communities immediately started coordinating off-site events. A sit-in at Place Emily Gamelin in the city's downtown core was planned to protest the cancellation. A crowd of would-be parade goers gathered there to march down St. Catherine Street. We were promised a place for our voices to be heard, and now it's been taken away, said Salem Biard, a queer activist who planned the protests. We're now living through so much violence and even going to pride events, and we want to take back that place as our home and not a corporate festival event. It was impossible to salvage the event, since so many people would have needed to be hired but also trained in just a matter of hours, Gamache said. There's a whole set of logistics around this event. It's not simple, and we felt that we could not ensure a safe parade for the community. When asked how the cancellation would affect his future as Montreal's Pride's executive director, Gamache said, I am not the one deciding. I want to stay. I was hired last September to restructure this organization that takes several years to do, he said. The executive director said the event sponsors have been supportive and none of them have asked for their money back. So it's kind of a pretty weird situation. And it seems like, there were multiple failures. Multiple levels of, I guess, incompetence and oversight. Of like the incompetence in terms of like hiring the staff. And then I guess, the oversight in like the director or the head organizer of the Pride Parade, not being made aware that there's, a lack of security staff. So watch the video.
Pride Parade has been canceled just hours before it was scheduled to take place today. Organizers say it was canceled because of security concerns and that the decision was made with input from local police. The last full parade in Montreal was back in 2019. Pandemic rules forced its cancellation in 2020, and then last year's event was scaled back. For more on this, let's turn to the CBC's Jennifer Yoon. She's in the heart of Montreal's gay village for us. So Jennifer, tell us more about the reason that all of this has happened at the last minute, this last minute cancellation.
Well, Montreal Pride organizers say they just didn't have enough people. They say they've been squeaking by all week, which has been Pride Week here in Montreal all week, with a few amount of people that they need. And with tens of thousands of people expected to show up, they say they just didn't have enough people to keep it safe. Now, as you can see behind me, people are still here anyway. I have spoken to several groups who say they decided to march anyway.
Okay, and talk to us a little bit more about that, about some of the reaction that you've heard. It looks like quite a large crowd that's out there right now. Talk to us about the reaction.
Yeah. Well, disappointment, defiance, Montreal police has told us that they were ready to march. They were ready to continue with today. It was the Pride organizers who informed them this morning at the 11th hour that this was not going to happen. And Montreal's mayor, Valérie Plante, is expressing a lot of frustration, a lot of sadness. Here's a little bit of what she had to say.
We had no clue, and the city of Montreal has been amazing, supportive financially and in terms of logistic for the Pride Parade. So I'm really disappointed that we didn't hear about this before. We did talk with the SPVM that assured us that they had enough effective, that they were ready to go, it was all good. So I think at this point we'll have to hear what the Pride organization have to say. But as a Montrealer and as the mayor, I'm so disappointed. I'm frustrated.
So a lot of people who say they were blindsided by the situation. Other people, some of the people who were gathered here told me they would have volunteered if they knew that there was a shortage in place. Now, organizers say they'll try to reschedule in the coming weeks and months. Hillary?
Okay, Jennifer, thank you so much for the update. We appreciate it. The CBC's Jennifer Yoon for us in Montreal.
Yes. Next video in my playlist. Texas conservatives fear takeover by immigrants. Vice News video.
Vini quitter Haïti 18 février 2022. Actuellement, la madame moi a 6 mois en cette Haïti.
Apil nan nou sin pat kite journée jodi an te ka getan moun.
These men have traveled for 4 months through several countries before finally arriving at the US-Mexico border. We're not showing their faces or using their names.
Is everyone leaving behind families, loved ones?
Oui. Et n'a boumé quand même pour nous prendre petite nous et madame nous pour que vienne vivre avec nous.
They are presenting themselves to border authorities and officially seeking asylum through an exemption to Title 42. A policy invoked by the Trump administration during the pandemic that allows officials at the border to turn migrants away. Almost 2 million migrants have been expelled since it went into effect. Right-wing pundits and media personalities are capitalizing on the Biden administration's attempts to lift Title 42.
They're going to make a run on our border when Title 42 expires like we've never seen before.
Title 42 is functionally gone already at the border. My colleagues who've been to the border have reported back to me that down there, they want to get ahead of the expected flow and flood and tidal wave, and so they're just waving these folks in.
Biden's plans to get rid of Title 42 furthers the argument to some conservatives that Democrats are systematically trying to replace them.
You can't just replace the electorate because you didn't like the last election outcomes. That would be the definition of undermining democracy, changing the voters.
Once relegated to white supremacist chat rooms, what's known as the Great Replacement theory is now mainstream, regularly pushed by popular conservatives who claim that white Americans are literally being replaced. And this message is resonating. A poll from April 2022 found that 7 in 10 Republicans believe, to some extent, that progressives are trying to replace conservative white voters. The Buffalo shooter referenced Great Replacement repeatedly in his 180-page manifesto. Another domestic terrorist who killed 23 people in an El Paso Walmart also pointed to a so-called Hispanic invasion of Texas to justify his attacks. And even though El Paso is nearly 83% Latino and is overwhelmingly Democratic, conservative politicians have started to make inroads in this blue bubble.
Your safety begins where this fence ends.
Irene Armendariz Jackson is running against one-term Democratic incumbent representative Veronica Escobar. whose district includes El Paso.
We see the catastrophe on the southern border. All I have to do is look out in my backyard and we see it every day.
She calls herself the border candidate.
We just followed 4 buses. They're full of illegals. America, wake up. We have an invasion in our country.
Armendariz Jackson is first generation. Her parents immigrated from Mexico before she was born, and she's now married to a retired Border Patrol agent.
So this is the neighborhood that I live in. Very typical. You don't see a lot of people walking, but there's times where there's a lot of men walking up and down this. There is a criminal element, and they are not welcome, and they shouldn't be welcome into our country.
And how do you know that they're migrants?
It's very obvious. The way they look, the way they're dressed, it's just very obvious.
And
pretty judgmental.
What about that is scary to you?
They haven't been vetted.
Basically, like admitting to profiling. At least that's the way I interpret that.
We don't know who they are. You don't let just anybody in your house. People in El Paso, especially those that have immigrated, do not want illegal immigration, especially if they immigrated themselves and they did it the right way.
The big pillar of your campaign is border security, right?
Absolutely.
It is what's happening at the border. Why so?
The border communities are actually the ones that are going to feel the brunt of it. And I also always say, you know, if the Democrats really cared about Hispanics, they would be completely against illegal immigration.
Armendariz Jackson ran against Escobar 2 years ago, but she only received 35% of the vote.
We're actually a hop and a skip away from Mexico. You're gonna literally
I
see
literally
it from the backyard.
the wall over there.
You're gonna see it from her backyard.
Okay.
But this time, she believes her message is resonating and will get her a win this November.
We're walking into one of Irene's volunteers who lives directly in front of the wall. As you can see, it right in front of us is Juarez. We're in El Paso right now. And so these are families and communities that are living and breathing immigration.
Many supporters of Armendariz Jackson's campaign are Latino, and many are children of immigrants or have recently immigrated themselves. Several have bought into some part of the Great Replacement theory.
For how many of you is immigration a top issue? Raise your hand. Every single one of you.
Well, me too.
Why so?
With this administration, that they're just leaving everyone come in and giving them all this bunch of stuff, it really gets on my nerves. And some people might think that since we're Hispanics, we're kind of more for it, but I don't think that's true.
Yes, there are a lot of good people crossing, but there's just as many bad. I've had a migrant fall out of a tree and scare me in the morning, and the only thing I thought of is, why don't I have my gun on me? Because
I mean, I'm not gonna call them a liar or anything like that, but that seems pretty wild. But I mean, if they say it's true, I'll take it at face value. Literally migrants falling from the trees.
Would you have shot him?
no, but I would have at least felt protected.
Have you asked them why they're coming here?
Oh, I know why. If I was them, I'd be trying to do the same thing. But the difference is, you have to do it the right way.
According to U.S. law, every single human being has a legal right to seek asylum, right? That doesn't mean they can permanently live here.
Well, they know exactly what they're doing. Everything is planned out. It is a scripted thing. As soon as they get here, they're not even here 24, 72 hours, they're gone. And they're all over the United States, and they're criminals. And the fact that you think that criminals? They are because they're illegally here. They're not legal.
Through the years, I've met countless mothers, just like you, that because they were trying to keep their children safe, fleeing violence, gangs, rapes, they literally walked miles and miles and miles from all over Latin America to come here, seeking that American dream. What do you tell those moms?
You know, there's good ones that are gonna be like, hey, you know what? I turned myself in, I need help. And that's what they want. They want help. They want us to help them. Mm-hmm. And we understand that. We're not inhumane. We're not like, well, we're not gonna help you. No, we are. We want to help you, but you gotta do it the right way.
Irene, when you look at your tweets, you've mentioned the word invasion at least 10 times. Do you see any danger in using a word like invasion?
No, we gotta call things what they are. And just like Jennifer was talking about,
them being criminals because they didn't do, they went, yeah, they're breaking the law.
So you're calling just to be clear,
Yes.
you're calling, so every single undocumented person that is in the United States, you are calling them all criminals.
Yeah, they broke the law. They broke the law.
Do you all see, again, any danger in using a word like invasion, and correlating migrants and asylum seekers and undocumented
How many people
to
have
invasion?
crossed our border since 2020? How
But
many
I'm saying-
people have come through? How can you not call it an invasion? It's millions of people.
It's naive of you to speak like that, like
Why
that
so?
they're not criminals. It's like sugarcoating this whole idea.
I'm not going to be bound by fear. We're going to call it what it is. They're criminals by coming into the country illegally. They're illegal aliens because I refuse to change the terminology. And I don't care what side of the fence you're on. I don't care if you're a conservative. I don't care if you're a reporter.
I mean, isn't there, if they, I don't know, it seems like their primary concern is the illegality of it, and that makes them criminals. Like, isn't like the simplest solution is just to make it like legal, and therefore they're just no longer criminals? I know that's almost certainly not what they're advocating for, but like if their argument is like they're criminals and we need to stop criminal behavior, then just simply like legalize it. That's like the most simplest solution, presumably.
On Fox or CNN, you call them what they are.
But obviously, I know that they wouldn't be in favor of that.
They're illegal aliens because if you change the terminology, you change the law, and I'm not okay with that.
But at the end of the day, let's not pretend that this isn't some type of a situation.
No, I mean,
Why aren't they letting Cubans come?
So let's...
But no, let me ask you that. How come Cubans... Biden's like, nope, Jen Psaki, no Cubans. Why? Because they know what communism is. And they will come here and put on a red hat and be happy.
Do you believe that there's a concerted effort behind Democrats 100%. In attempting to bring more immigrants to this country in order to take them out of power? So you believe Democrats are behind this and orchestrating
Why are
this?
they doing all that they're doing? Of course they're doing it on purpose.
They're getting flown throughout our country. How does that make sense for Americans?
In 2020, Trump received nearly 30,000 more votes in El Paso County than he did in 2016. His border policies have set the stage for conservatives' momentum here.
I eat, live, and breathe the border. I'm just so obsessively, compulsively dedicated to this.
That's a lot of border.
I'm a lone wolf.
Anthony Agüero is also from El Paso. He's an independent correspondent with a social media site he helped found.
How you guys doing? Your friend Anthony Agüero out here once again on the U.S. southern border.
He spends countless hours driving and live streaming his way up and down the border.
This is no man's land right here, guys. This is real border war shit right here.
His videos usually rack up a few hundred views. Others get closer to 10,000.
That's your COVID right there and your monkeypox right there being imported.
But Agüero is deeply entrenched in conservative politics and does have influence. He joined some of the most conservative members of Congress at the border last summer.
It feels good to see these people.
Oh, Bill, welcome. And also, I appreciate the rebranding. This is like Bill phase 4, phase 5. Always glad to see you. And hopefully this works. Ooh. Did I not spell it properly? Should work. I want to. Oh, there we go. I don't know why my restream chat doesn't like the shoutouts. But thank you so much for passing by. Hope you're doing well. Either way, I look forward to your next stream. I expect some sort of Billy Bob Thornton impression. No pressure.
People out here, you know what I'm saying? They actually walk the walk.
In 2020, he ran for office to represent Texas' 16th district, and he participated in the insurrection at the Capitol. Wood and his friend, a former ICE officer, took us along on their regular patrol.
What's this?
So this is one of the crossing routes immediately from when the migrants cross, where the wall ends on the side of Nuevo Mexico. They will come through here and the Scout Border Patrol.
When you do these stories, no, when you sort of walk the same footsteps as a lot of these migrants and asylum seekers, what is the purpose for you, right? Is the purpose to understand their stories and understand why they're coming, or is the purpose to sort of create fear-mongering?
It's to educate.
True.
Everything that I do out here is with a purpose to educate people. If you want to see it as fear-mongering, I am calling it bringing awareness to something that is happening.
And what's your message to your American audience? Like, what's the point that you're trying to make?
So we need secure borders. Biden is definitely incentivizing this. My intent with waking people up...
Anosmio, welcome back, I should say. Thank you so much for passing by again. And also apologies for literally my PC crashed. Like, I got a blue screen of death, which I like virtually never get, but it just so happened to happen conveniently during the panel. So I apologize for that. But like, yeah, it just like straight shut down. We are watching a Vice video, Texas conservatives fear takeover by immigrants.
And shining light on this and bringing attention to it is for them to be able to make an educated vote. There's no way that we're the strongest country in the world, the superpower of the world, and we can't control our borders. Just watch your head.
The Biden administration has faced a record number of crossings at the southern border. But in June, CBP reported a 14% drop in encounters from the previous month.
This is one of the caves that the people that are coming in illegally usually is a pretty hot spot. They'll come in here and get cooled down before they get picked up less than a quarter mile down the road.
Do you see any danger in only portraying this sort of dangerous aspect of migration?
We're all responsible for ourselves. I can't...
You have a big platform, though.
Yeah.
When you use words like invasion, right?
It is, well, yes.
That can resonate with a lot of
right,
people.
yeah, but...
I mean, I'm pretty extreme. Well, I guess no matter what, if I identify as very left-leaning, I'll be branded as very extreme. But I'm pretty like, pretty pro, more or less like open borders, to a certain extent. I'm not saying just absolutely free-flowing, but I think generally speaking, like, pretty close to open borders is my position.
But
invasion's a word that you've used almost 20 times in your own Twitter.
Yeah, and to me...
Does that not worry you?
No, because that is ultimately what's happening. The replacement theory is not a theory. It's being played out right before our eyes right now. Every day.
What do you mean by that?
Exactly what I mean.
Spell it out, because that's the replacement theory is exactly what led the Buffalo shooter, the El Paso shooter.
First of all, okay, I have to say this, as a scientist, you know, the term theory means something. Really, the right word is hypothesis, the great replacement hypothesis. Because the word theory, like, it actually means, like, something that has evidence, you know, behind it. Similar to, like, you know, the theory of evolution. You know, this is what the creationists use. Oh, it's just a theory. Well, theory is more or less like a fact in scientific terminology. That is like an accurate description of reality. Similar to, as they sort of bring up here, heliocentric theory of, like, the Earth revolves around the sun. Well, it's just a theory. But no, this is the accurate description of reality. So to use the term theory in great replacement theory, yeah, exactly. And oh my goodness, there was like discourse about this on Twitter. I don't know if I should even cover it or not. Oh yeah, well, it just conveniently it just shows up right on my timeline. Obviously involves CTV. Which I don't really want to give any credence to CTV. But he was like literally talking about this, and literally brought up the creationist argument, like evolution's just a theory. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't know how to deal with this anymore, to a certain extent. Like this is just so basic. Do you think people should just be able to walk? I don't know about walk in. Like that's the thing. Like I'm not pure open borders. But if someone just like I don't know shows up at the border, and like makes their case, and I don't know, we can do a little bit of vetting, nothing crazy. Then I don't think they should be refused entry. Basically, what I'm saying is probably like in terms of like my open border policy, like we'd probably be letting in like I don't know, close to like 80%, maybe 90% of people. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I have like my full policy and like procedure fleshed out. But in terms of like, you know, no criminal history, and like, you know, they're not obviously like just some young child that has like shown up at the border, or anything like that. And that, you know, whatever. You search them and they don't have any drugs on them, on their person. They don't really have a problem with that. I don't know about Ken Ham forever.
So
the Pittsburgh shooter, the Escondido shooter.
First, we gotta analyze.
4 mass shootings were inspired by principles within the Great Replacement theory. Is it not dangerous for you to put out content that, in your own very words, is exactly what you're doing?
I cannot edit anything that I do because it's live.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that alone is me just showing you what's out there. Even though I have my own ideas, my own perspective of things, I'm showing just the raw truth.
It's not just the live videos. It's
Yeah. And that's a totally valid point, right? But here is where, like, what I would say is, like, if we have a mostly open border policy, okay, and we just say, hey, you can show up at the border, and you're probably going to get in, you will probably get, you know, more people showing up at the border, and, like, you know, going through a process, and that through that process, like, we can track them. Like we can identify them, hopefully. We can find out their place of residence once they land here. And then like we can follow up with them. Of like, okay, now this is their place of residence. And like, are they then now engaging in criminal activity? Like, what is their job status? Are they searching for a job, employment, or whatever? It's to me, it's the fact that, you know, you make it illegal, and that like, if through fear, and through the fear of getting caught, well, then like they, you know, they want to avoid detection. But if you make it known that like you don't have to go undetected, because we're not just gonna automatically throw you out.
It's the pervasive narrative that there is something for Americans to be fearful about, and the real-world consequences of someone turning that fear into action live on for some.
Y desde ese tiempo, pues mi vida ha cambiado demasiado. Quedé con mucha ansiedad. Cualquier ruido que escucho fuerte o algo me asusta mucho.
A, as we are calling her, and her son are immigrants from Mexico and were at the Walmart the day of the El Paso shooting. She heard something and then saw the shooter gun someone down. They ran. A has been in the process of seeking political asylum for 7 years and asked us not to use her name or show her face.
La razón principal, ¿no?, por la cual el asesino entró en ese Walmart del Paso, ¿no?, fue por esta percepción de que los inmigrantes y los latinos estaban invadiendo el país. Desde que usted ha estado viviendo en El Paso, ¿cómo ha notado ese sentimiento antimigrante en la comunidad?
Cada vez siento como que más atacan a las personas inmigrantes.
¿Más?
Sí, siento que hay mucha violencia contra los inmigrantes.
¿Qué cree usted, por lo que ha vivido, que alimenta ese tipo de sentimiento racista y antimigrante?
Yo digo que la política, que hay situaciones que simplemente arriesgan nuestras vidas, la vida de nuestros hijos, y tiene uno que huir y dejar todo atrás, venir a este país, empezar desde abajo, que venimos a trabajar, a luchar, a salir adelante. Es lo único, ¿verdad? Que no somos personas malas.
For now, the lives of thousands of people like A remain in limbo, especially as the future of Title 42 is uncertain. And so long as people continue to seek refuge in the US, right-wing conservatives will continue to stoke the fears of the Great Replacement theory.
So we're in El Paso right now, and we're about to meet with some of the Haitian migrants we met in Juarez that successfully crossed into the United States. And this is the beginning of what's about to be a very long process navigating the asylum system in this country.
Oh, and also, Bill, I should say, I hope you're keeping well and healthy, and that you'll, not to give anything away. Hope you've recovered, and that, I hope you're feeling good.
But also the very dangerous and potent anti-immigrant narrative that is deeply embedded in this country. ¿Cómo se encuentran?
Bien.
¿Ya?
Bien.
So, cruzaron el puente y ¿cómo fue?
Y se hacen las fotos, las huellas, y igual se dan un documento por el 2023 para irme
a la corte.
A la corte, sí.
¿Qué fue lo primero que pensaron cuando llegaron a Estados Unidos?
Pienso que tengo mucho suerte porque hay mucho que intentar para cruzar acá, no cruzan.
Ahora que están en Estados Unidos, ¿qué planes tienen? ¿Qué quieren hacer aquí?
Primero quiero arreglar mi papel, pido asilo y para estar en el país legalmente, pero no sé qué va a pasar. Por ahora yo estoy mucho feliz.
I'm Michael Learmonth, editor-in-chief of...
So I'm curious, although don't give anything away that you don't want to give away. But I'm hoping those job interviews went well, and that you were able to get the job that you wanted. I'm assuming that the research in South Africa is somehow motivated by that, but if it's just motivated by pure curiosity, and that's literally just your own personal interest, that's also cool. But Vice is so cringe for saying stuff like the conservative right-wing nationalists will continue to stoke the fear of the Great Replacement theory, as if the replacement theory is even... So, where does popularity begin and end, right? Because this was a thing that was covered on Fox News, and I don't think the people that watch Fox News are exactly this tiny fringe minority. I'm reasonably sure that there's a high degree of overlap between those who are Trump supporters and those who buy into the idea of this Great Replacement theory. And I don't think it's this super fringe minority. Trump is still having rallies. Sure, it's maybe not hundreds of thousands of people showing up to rallies and following Trump, but it's not nobody. Trump still has crowds following him and supporting him. He still appears to be this major figurehead. Reporting from inside the overdose crisis. More Vice News.
Reporters for Vice News travel the world, putting a human face to the world's most important stories.
There's a solid wall of riot police officers.
But now, we introduce you to them.
They're doing CPR on one of the casual...
I don't know about that. Even if it's even if it's half of the half, as in 50% of the Trump voters, even if it's a quarter, like that's still a lot. Didn't Trump like get, I don't know, was it like 70, 80 million votes in 2020? Something like that. I can't remember. Oh, 1 second. I want to look up the voting numbers. Yeah, exactly. It's like 70, 80 million, well, according to the popular vote. So like, even it's like half of this number, even if it's like a quarter, which I'm pretty sure, like I think it's at least half of Trump supporters would buy into or have some support for the Great Replacement theory. So that's at least still like 35 million people. That's a lot of people. I mean, even something as ridiculous, at least to me ridiculous, okay? Like even something as you know, again, to me ridiculous, of like creationism in the United States, like still has, sure, minority support, but it's still to me like alarming numbers of people in the United States. Where it's like the percentage of people in the US who accept the idea of human evolution declined from 45% in 1985 to 40% in 2005. Okay, and you know, this is basically scientific fact. And you're going to tell me that like the Great Replacement theory is just bought into by like this tiny fringe minority? I don't think it's this tiny fringe minority. Like it is almost certainly double-digit percentage support. And I don't mean like 10%. I mean, probably 20, at least like 30%. That's a lot. Its most recent poll found that 40% of Americans believe in creationism. And that this is like 2019. Okay? And this is just like, this is just absolute bonkers. At least, you know, if I ever espouse that I believe in creationism in any of the academic circles that I run in, I would be laughed out of the room. I would probably be disowned by my own boss in my lab, saying, "Hey, get out of here. You shouldn't be pursuing a PhD." I would be laughed out of all of the scientific conferences that I've attended. Like that's how bonkers and out there it is. And yet, you know, 40% of Americans believe in creationism. Yeah, that's fair. Sure, touche. Like, you know, got me there. And so, like, I don't think this Great Replacement theory, as I would want it to be a fringe minority. Like, great, if it's just like a few 100,000 people, or less, great. But absolutely, I have no doubt that there are millions of Americans who believe in the Great Replacement theory, even if it's only 1 million. That is a lot of people.
Yeah, we don't know if he's going to make it.
I'm curious as to why you question. So you question the legitimacy of the 40% believe in creationism. Is that the number that you are questioning?
This is Field Notes, a show that sits down with our reporters to find out the stories behind their stories and how they got so close to the action.
Feel pretty good about that?
In this episode, we hear from the team that traveled across North America to investigate new chemicals hitting drug supplies that could be responsible for a new wave of the overdose crisis.
Go!
Fentanyl is safe in my eyes compared to benzos and fent. People are dying without even having the tinfoil down. You know, they're taking a hoot and they're just dead.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm sure there's some sort of nuance in the creationism field or discipline, if you can call it that. That they did the survey in hardline Christian dominated towns and asked, so let's see if we can answer that question. You may very well be right. I'm not gonna claim like I know the exact methodology that they carried out, but let's see if we can find out. Okay, so I took it from here. There's a reference. This one here. Let's see. Yes. However, more Americans can you think that humans evolved over millions of years, either with God's guidance or increasingly without God's involvement at all? That's still the minority. So let's see if they say anything. Gallup poll. How does the Gallup poll social series work? Uh, 10K years is wider range than like Ken Ham. Yeah. 10,000 years is technically, closer to the truth than 5,000 or 6,000 years. Still like wildly off. So it doesn't seem, okay, that they just took it in hardline Christian dominated towns. Unless they're lying. So they go through it here. Gallup interviews U.S. Adults age 18 and older living in all 50 states and the District of Columbia using a dual frame design, which includes both landline and cell phone numbers. Gallup samples landline and cell phone numbers using random digit dial methods. Gallup purchases samples for this study from Survey Sampling International, SSI, I was literally involved in market research like this for about a decade, and so like I'm pretty intimately familiar with this type of basically doing surveys over the phone. I worked for a company that did just that for exactly 10 years. Gallup chooses landline respondents at random within each household based on which member had the next birthday. Each sample of national adults includes a minimum quota of 70% cell phone respondents and 30% landline respondents. With additional minimum quotas by time zone and within region, Gallup conducts interviews in Spanish for respondents who are primarily Spanish speaking. And they interview 1,000 people. So it's at the very least, what I can say confidently is that they are not specifically targeting, hardline Christian dominated towns. I think it's very hard to, and I would even expect that number, this 40% number, to be even higher, if they're actually targeting hardline Christian dominated towns. Like, I would assume it has to be at least 50, 60% who would believe in creationism, or at the very least reject evolution. So they are calling all 50 states. And it doesn't seem like they're targeting, religious conservative towns, at the very least. There's a difference between thinking that God created the universe in such a way that science supports and the stupid hypothesis that the Earth was made 6,000 years ago. Yeah, that's fair. Well, that's standard. And this is something that they do like annually on a regular interval. That's like this that's more than enough to be statistically significant. For sure. Like, we even do this with like polling data or like voter you know, whatever, intent to vote data. Whenever leading up to an election, like the next presidential election, like you're gonna see polling data, and they are not surveying like whatever the majority of the country. Like, it's based off of a random sampling of, you know, a much smaller number than the total population. 1,000 is more than enough to reach meaningful conclusions. And bear in mind, this appears to be something that they do annually, okay? As in, they take 1,000 like every year. So like they're tracking it. Yeah, as they sort of say here, Gallup administers these surveys during the same month every year and includes the survey's core trend questions in the same order each administration. Yes, absolutely. Like that's just stats. Like they are they going to say that it's like 40%? Oh wow, thank you so much for the gifted sub, Oily Olive. Much appreciated. Always grateful for your support. But like, yes. I mean, how do you think they're able to track it? Like, they are tracking it over time. And you know, it's no surprise that the United States like has the biggest section. Creationism by country. You know, Kenya's got a few sentences, South Africa, Brazil, and then like this entire section. I mean, obviously, you know, Wikipedia will have whatever United States bias, so there's just more information, or more people from the United States editing Wikipedia. But still, I do find it kind of humorous. But like, yeah. Coming to conclusions from 1,000 people sampled from the entire country, like, that's totally normal.
We've started to see tranq come into the dough. People are getting extreme injuries and wounds. You can see down to the muscle tissue and the bone, large abscesses and like infections.
Well, you are more than welcome to have that opinion, which I don't, you know, I can understand from your perspective, because it wasn't like, it wasn't a debate panel. It was strictly a discussion, conversation panel. Like, we were all very left leaning, and so it's not like there was any major disagreements. It was more just like free flowing conversation. I mean, you can disagree, but like every statistician, otherwise, like, you do realize, Pew research like this is conducted the same way, okay? Like, you're pretty much saying that like all of Pew Research, like all of their topics here among U.S. couples, women do more cooking and grocery shopping than men. Like, well, that's inaccurate. On gender differences, no consensus on nature versus nurture. Like, throw that out the window. You are basically throwing out all of Pew Research and all of Gallup polling, because that is standard in what they do. Well, that's fair, but Eli Monty made it clear that he wanted to hold a regular occurring panel every week. And so it's not like, you know, this was just like a one-time thing. And so I have no doubt that solutions will be covered at some point, or maybe in which direction to go will be covered at some point. And yeah, it's totally fair to call it an echo chamber. We were all very much in agreement. And there's something to be said for, not always being in an echo chamber, but there's also something to be said for sometimes having an echo chamber.
Where they're injecting.
This trank is intense. Like you feel like you're literally gonna die. The benzos are gonna kill a lot of people, and it already has. It's already started.
So thank you guys for joining me today. The piece Beyond Fentanyl is a really insightful examination and investigation of where the opioid crisis, if you want to call it that, has ended up.
This is reporting from inside the overdose crisis. Another Vice News video.
Costs of it, policy decisions that may have added to it, and really just like a phenomenon that I think a lot of people maybe understand.
And also Oily Olive. I'm hoping, work is done and you're at home and you're nice and relaxed.
And in their gut, which is to say there's a lot of addiction in the United States, and putting some, and Canada, of course, putting some sort of figuring out why that's happening and how that's affecting people. So Manisha, I want to start with you because you've been covering drug use, addiction, both in Canada and the US for many years now. What inspired this particular investigation? What did you learn from it? And how has it sort of changed your perspective on reporting in this subject?
So this sort of jumped off of another piece that I was working on, which is this disappearance of heroin from North America's drug markets. And I noticed that drug users were expressing a lot of nostalgia for this old school heroin that they used to use and how they can no longer find it anymore. And so it's being replaced by fentanyl, rapidly in some cities like Vancouver. You can't get heroin at all anymore. It's all fentanyl. So initially that's what I was looking at.
That not that I've ever seen heroin in person, or I know I have an idea what actual heroin looks like. Because I know how it's chemically synthesized. This seems to me like has a bluish tint to it, which I don't know why that would be. He's mediocre at best, better than the conservative. But I'm not gonna sing the praises of Justin Trudeau. He can be so much better.
And once I started digging into that, drug users and dealers were telling me, well, it's not just that it's fentanyl, it's worse than fentanyl. There's these benzos that are being cut into the supply, and people with very, very high opioid tolerances were getting completely knocked out. They were driving their cars, on the highway, falling asleep, waking up not knowing where they were. There were reports of people getting robbed, getting sexually assaulted while on this super potent dope. So that's where I started wondering, okay, is there actually something that's worse than fentanyl on the street, and how pervasive is it? And once I started looking in Canada and BC, I realized this is actually really bad. In some places, more than half of their opioid supply is contaminated with benzos. And then I started thinking about, okay,
well, I don't know that I would really ever use the term bad, or at least I'd only describe another human being as bad, very rarely. As in they're a bad person, or an evil person. That's, I would only use that language in pretty exceptional circumstances. But I would say that that might be a more maybe probably the more accurate term for me would be misinformed. Where it's I mostly take issue with conservatives on the facts, and that their decisions don't appear to be evidence based. It's just mostly driven by intuition, fear, and whatever values that they've inherited. Take something. Well, you can take something as simple as what we were just covering, right? Of creationism or evolution, where generally speaking, there's way more support for creationism, or there's way more rejection of evolution among conservative spheres than there is in left or liberal spheres. And so it's if we can't even agree on that, then it's really hard to come up with policies that are like evidence-based, yeah, sure. I can totally find or attempt to find a stat on that. One second. Significantly fewer Republicans believe in evolution than did so 4 years ago, setting them apart from Democrats and independents, according to a recent Pew Research Center study. But behind this finding is a puzzle. If the views of the overall public have remained steady, and there has been little change among people of other political affiliations, how does one account for the Republican numbers? And no oily olive. I don't know why I would say you are bad. As I said, I would only use the term bad in like pretty exceptional or rare circumstances. Shouldn't the market drop in Republican believers cause a decline in the 60% of all adults who say humans have evolved over time? I'm like, this is just like a known thing. This is not to say that every single left-leaning person or every single Democrat accepts evolution. No, of course not. But generally speaking, on the whole, there is way more support. Just as there's way more support for same-sex marriage in those who are left-leaning or Democrat, as opposed to Republicans or those who are conservative or right-leaning, there's way less support for same-sex marriage. As in, like, today, 2022, okay, support for same-sex marriage among Republicans is where the Democrats were in the 1990s, okay? Like, it appears like Republicans are 30 years behind Democrats when it comes to support for same-sex marriage in the United States. I think that's a problem. And even then, it's not majority of Republicans. I think last I checked, it was around like 44% of Republicans support same-sex marriage. And like you poll Democrats or those who are left-leaning, like it's in the 80 to 90% support same-sex marriage. And so it's like, you know, it's really hard or difficult to engage with, you know, sort of a demographic or a group of people that are inherently kind of very rigid in their beliefs. Or like their beliefs like only really very slowly go up over time. Where they are like almost always playing catch up. Republican lady YouTube I like changed her mind on climate change because the lefty was nice and explains in a way where she changed her mind. She's super, and yeah, I have, you know, I hope I make it clear that I'm in favor of, you know, being nice and kind to people. And I'll totally accept criticism on that front if people feel otherwise. By evolution, what you mean? Yes, as in Darwinian evolution. Not necessarily aped human, but like, yes, humans had an ancestor before. A primate ancestor that we evolved from that primate ancestor. And like, it's a problem. Where, you know, if we can't even get you know, those of a certain political affiliation to accept something that is like a basic fact about the world, then, you know, how do you shape public policy from that standpoint of like we can't agree on the facts? I think you're seeing some of that play out, even when it comes to climate change. As I brought up before, generally speaking, it's Republicans who don't, or those who are conservative or right-leaning, that do not accept climate change as a thing. One second. Like, this is one of the reasons why, like, you have scientific publications like this, where it's like, you know, literally scientists are saying, like, this is a problem. How can we address this problem? Like, this is from the Yale Program on Climate Change Communication from Yale University, Department of Communication, University of Cincinnati. Like, this is where these researchers are from. And you know, this is almost like a waste of resources to a certain extent. Of like, we shouldn't have to spend money to study these things. They should just be more or less like a given. Do you know an animal scientist, Twitch or YouTuber? Want to ask a question? Off the top of my head on Twitch, I don't know any animal scientists, unfortunately. And actually, if there was one, I would even want to talk to them. Most Republicans I've talked to don't deny that climate change is fake. They say that it's not as bad as the media hype leads you to believe. Right, but that's again, that also goes against the science. Climate scientists are clear of like, it is bad, that we need pretty drastic changes or urgent action to address it. But then it's largely Republicans who are pushing back, saying, you know, no, it's not as bad. Well, like, you can't address a problem if you don't even see a problem as bad. Like, sure, it's great if they say, yeah, climate change is a problem or climate change is real, but at the end of the day, it means nothing if they don't even see it as a problem. Have a belief why climate change is an issue for animals. Well, if you want to expand on that, by all means, but I would say climate change will absolutely be an issue for animals. And, you know, just to kind of, again, right. So, I mean, this speaks to my point. Okay. Of like, this is in 2019. So, this is those who support same-sex marriage. Okay. And you can see, going back to around 2004, okay, Democrats, or those who lean Democrat, it was at 43% support. Okay, and there's a clear shift, you know, just only increasing over time to upwards of 75%. So, I mean, you are literally seeing, basically, just like I said, you know, Republican support for same-sex marriage, like, is where the Democrats were in 2004. So, like, 15, 16 years ago. 18 years ago, whatever. Like they are literally like back in time. Like they are playing catch up. And they're not even catching up all that quickly. Like on average, Republican support for same-sex marriage goes up about 1% per year. Like I'm not 100% sure how to deal with that. Where it's like they're just slowly creeping up there, like lagging behind. And I'm assuming, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming, Anosmia, that you support same-sex marriage. But if I am wrong, feel free to correct me. And so it's like, you know, essentially, the majority of Republicans, okay, this is still not at 50%. So the majority of Republicans are wrong on this issue. And they're just like slowly catching up. Again, they are literally where the Democrats were 20 years ago, at least 20 years ago. And so if we can't agree on something as, you know, as of now, it's recognized as pretty basic. This is like a non-issue in Canada, at the very least, as far as I could tell. No one's talking about it. No one's talking or questioning same-sex marriage. It's just like this is accepted. Virtually everyone is okay with this, and yet there's a significant portion of the population in the United States that is still not on board. Like over half of Republicans. That's a problem. I think that's a huge problem. Because Republicans realize that our energy grid can't handle the sharp shift to renewable energy, case in point, Germany and France. Yeah. But that's... I think that speaks to my point. Of, like, investments in renewable energy could have been made decades ago. Okay? Like, the science on climate change, okay? And our recognition of climate change or global warming as a problem has been known for decades. And so steps could have been taken a long, long time ago. Oh, no problem, Oily Olive. Safe travels. Hope you get home safely. And it's only now, okay, or at least it's only going to be in the next few years when, like, you know, major crises are happening that, like, oh, now we got to start doing something. But, like, if we actually started investing in appropriate action decades ago, then we would have been able to handle, like, a transition to renewable. Isn't a problem right now a reason why I see others don't see this issue? Is an issue depending where you live. But I also think that if the LGBTQ plus community would stop trying to get to the children and push the agenda on kids in schools, we would be more down for it. And I would ask the clarifying question of what you mean by push the agenda. You mean just like talking about it, as in like same-sex relationships exist and that the LGBTQ community exists? Or are you under the impression that like the community is trying to, you know, turn children? Not that this is a bad thing, but I'm curious as to like what exactly you mean by push the agenda. Because as far as I can tell, like the agenda, quote unquote, just involves like making kids aware that same-sex marriage or relationships exist. There's absolutely nothing wrong with them. It's totally normal and healthy, and that consenting adults can love whoever they want to love. Decades ago, we were more focused on things like weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East and the AIDS epidemic and the Cold War. Well, I take your point that those were totally an issue decades ago, but I don't think the United States can only focus on one issue at a time. And I'm pretty sure has the capacity to sort of invest or address multiple issues at once.
This also happening in the US. And that's what sort of led me to the Philly case study, where a lot of their dope, a lot of their opioids have been infiltrated with very strong animal tranquilizers.
And Gilad, there's kind of a continuum, if you would, between like the opioid epidemic as started by maybe prescription medications to heroin to fentanyl, and your piece kind of tracks where it's going from there. Were you surprised with what you found?
Yeah, it was really shocking for me personally. I had read Manish's article and was very surprised to hear that people could not get heroin anymore, and that Pandora's box had been opened and the supply is continuing to shift further and further away. And when the US hit the grim milestone of over 100,000 deaths because of drugs and opioids in particular, we wanted to figure out how can we do something that's additive and not just kind of chasing what has been reported. I think a lot of news organizations are starting to focus now on fentanyl as being that major driver. And while it is still a predominant driver of that number, we are starting to look a little bit more forward thinking into where is this going? And while fentanyl still is the predominant cause of these deaths, some of these new substances that are being cut into the fentanyl are particularly scary because of some of the things that Manisha outlined, that it's not just the overdoses, it's the inability for drug reversals like naloxone and Narcan to be able to reverse the overdose because benzodiazepines don't respond to naloxone. So we were taking a more of a narrow view into what's going on with this crisis right now. And it's no longer really an opioid crisis anymore because of these substances that are being added to the supply, infiltrating the supply.
Patrick, what was it like for you? I mean, one thing I thought is really significant about the work you guys did was the human element. Talking with people, being with them in their spaces, respecting, in some senses, that this is something that they do, and inquiring about it without being sort of judgmental in that way. And I think that's been a hallmark of Vice's drug coverage since I was doing it too, you know? But I was really struck by how personal and how open everyone.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that either. But again, sort of the same thing, like, I'm reasonably sure like steps could have started to have, been taken towards at least, helping with climate change. And I think we're only going to see, like even now, I think we are largely neglecting globally. It's not just the United States, Canada as well. I have no problem admitting that as a Canadian. And that pretty much, all of the developed world is failing to take steps to address climate change. But I find it interesting that, Americans often have, or often, espouse the idea of American exceptionalism, and, whatever, being leaders. But when it comes to, like, leading the effort on climate change, and, like, actually taking measures, like, they don't want to lead on that front. And usually, like, any sort of, argument in favor of like making changes towards more renewable sources or like addressing climate change, like the pushback is often like, well, that'll be like too much of an economic hit, but like again, I think there's something to be said for it's a little bit strange to me that there's this idea of American exceptionalism, but they don't want to take the lead on something, and maybe like show other countries the way.
Was with you guys as a team.
Yeah, I think that was one of the most important things when we were discussing the edit, was that I wanted to make sure that we humanized this population that is so often dehumanized, that are cast as other. And so between like the edit and the music, I like each moment that we jump into these people's lives, it's like, we take these like brief glimpses into their lives, and they continue on. Like our character Keisha does a great job of kind of bringing us into the world of what's going on with the supply. She has all these people in her life that are also users. So like, she can kind of talk about that like human element.
Just on this last note, like a decision we made early on, all three of us had this conversation that we've seen so many drug documentaries use what I would call needle porn, where there's just like such an emphasis on the drug use. We have one very like dramatic scene of drug use, which is really important, and that's more important because of how we follow up with that subject later. It's not really about just seeing them use drugs, but understanding how their drug use plays a part in their life, and then going beyond just that moment of visual striking, like a striking moment, seeing like, all right, this person nearly overdosed on camera. We're not just gonna leave him in that moment at his worst. We're gonna try to follow up with him the next day and have a follow-up conversation. So I think that's part of the edit, that's part of the production, and the conversations we had about how do we go beyond identifying these individuals as not just drug users, but as people, and not just seeing them at their worst, trying to push to follow up with them.
And I think Keisha, the character in British Columbia who was cooking fentanyl without benzos and had something of a community. Like,
and Avenging Pineapple, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. So I haven't, I've only like seen a headline or something like that of like Trump, well, alluding to this, of Trump getting caught selling off those top secret documents. But like, if you have a full story to share, maybe I'll look it up and we'll cover it after this video. But like, yeah, I do want to know more about this because there are multiple people sort of saying the same things.
it was an ad hoc community service organization is one way of looking at it. Another way is she deals drugs. And I think one thing I was really struck by, especially as it's the first scenes of the film, is it communicates a point of view about how you're going to deal with this subject, which is to say, you're there to learn, not necessarily to be like, yo, you're giving these people fentanyl. Like, another character might say, hey, you should be charged with murder for doing this. However, you're there to understand the community and the ad hoc communities that are formed in response to maybe a lack of formal government assistance and help for people. So talk to me about that, because I think that was a really interesting choice to begin the film with, both because you understand the breadth of maybe what's happening in BC, but it also shows that she thinks, Keisha, that she's doing things the right way. And, you know, it's kind of hard to consider when it comes to addiction and drugs, like, is there a right way, is there a wrong way? So it as a viewer, it made me have to contend with those ideas, which I thought was really rich, and it cashed out in a really interesting way.
I think that there is a binary when you look at how drug dealers are presented in the media. It's, you know, the drug user, person with an addiction is sort of portrayed as a victim. The drug dealer is portrayed as an evil person. But the reality of drug reporting is that there's no academic, there's no books that will teach you what is happening with the supply chain. You have to go to the sellers and the users, but the sellers really to get a clear understanding of what is happening. And I think you're absolutely right that we were there to learn from Keisha. You know, she has a front row seat to this change in the supply. She's been dealing for 20 years. And she took us into her sort of underworld. And it was interesting to see that she was not only supplying people with what she considers to be a safer version of the drug they want to use.
I will now. Really, they did start around the 90s, but unfortunately our nuclear energy lobby has been unacceptably sluggish, and the renewable options still aren't at the point where they can fill the gap that cutting fossil fuels failed. Yeah, and I don't disagree necessarily with your assessment. And you know, it seems like, again, not only the United States, Canada as well, but just kind of like kicking the can down the road. Like, well, we'll get to that issue at one point, you know, whatever, next election cycle. And again, it's only when there's like really imminent threat that, you know, some sort of drastic action will be taken.
But really she was sort of a community fixture. You know, they were relying on her for emotional support, for housing, for food. You know, we saw her, like, I've seen her come home with pizza for people. So I think that, yeah, it was maybe a less sort of judgmental approach to interviewing her and shadowing her. And I think that the knowledge that she had to share is pretty important, you know, to the wider understanding of what is happening to the drug supply here in North America.
The benzos are gonna kill a lot of people, and it already has, it's already started, and everything is cut with it. Everything. It's very hard to find somebody who you can trust to get just raw fent and not cut with any benzos. Fentanyl is safe in my eyes compared to benzos and fent.
That's a shocking statement, though, for you to say that fentanyl.
It depends on what So do you mean like we as individuals, like what you yourself can do to solve climate change, or do you mean more like a policy level, at like a country level, or both individually and collectively? The documents belong to the National Archives by law, and Trump can, yeah. So I at least, found a story. Gonna read it after this video, or go over it after this video, where like, yeah, Trump's Florida home was raided. So I definitely want to know more about that. In the U.S., so I think one of them would be, it depends on how far out you want to think. But some of the most simplest things, I think, would be to stop subsidizing animal agriculture, okay? And actually, start investing in, plant agriculture. There's no reason to subsidize animal agriculture other than to, produce meat cheaply and like drive down the costs and just to promote excess consumption of meat. And not only will it benefit the environment, it will almost certainly benefit the health of Americans. Your food chain is not short. Like there are totally, again, that's mostly investing in the wrong things. It's because you've invested so heavily in animal agriculture that, like, again, you're not able to address your food needs when you have like so much land and crap devoted to raising beef, when you can be raising so many other things that are not animals, and actually have good plant-based foods grown in your own country. Like the data are clear in terms of sustainability, and the ability to produce more food. Plants go a much larger way. Like the science bears that out clearly. And part of it would probably be better infrastructure in terms of like city infrastructure. Going something as drastic as not subsidizing electric cars, but like subsidizing like public transportation, good public transportation infrastructure in cities. There's very little reason. Yes, absolutely. I follow at the very least a plant-based diet. And like I am pretty sure I have way more muscle and strength than your typical average American of comparable size. And that I'm way healthier than the vast majority of Americans. Like if I can figure out how to eat a sustainable and nutritious diet on plants, I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people can do it. So yeah, that's totally good clarification question to ask. So I use plant-based to basically mean vegetarian, and vegetarian is not vegan. So like I'm technically vegetarian. I strive to be vegan, but I don't consume any animal flesh. And I don't eat eggs. But every once in a while, I do consume a little bit of dairy. I don't drink milk. I don't drink cow's milk. But every once in a while, I add cheese to a dish. The difference between vegan and vegetarian is that vegan is just no animal products whatsoever. No milk, so no dairy, no eggs, no honey, even. Most vegans would say that you can't consume honey. It is strictly plants and plants only. And that extends to clothing. No leather, no fur coats.
which has killed thousands, hundreds of thousands at this point of people, and you're saying that it's safe compared to this new dope that you're seeing.
Yeah, way more safer.
Were you worried when you were there, like in the house with Keisha, when you were on the streets in Philadelphia? Worried not maybe for your physical safety, but worried for the unforeseen outcomes that could happen in these situations? Because it is very, like, real.
I would definitely say there were moments that felt tense or that felt uncomfortable. You know, we, after all, are putting a lot of trust into Keisha. She is a dealer. When we're following her around at night, and I don't necessarily know Abbotsford particularly well, and she is making drug deals. She's also picking up drugs, which is maybe the bigger concern because she's then.
Yeah, because okay, the hen, the egg-laying hens, like they have been bred such that genetically, like they mass produce like eggs, to the extent of like the hen's own like health and well-being. This is like saying, okay, that cows like produce milk, naturally. But what's left out of that equation in dairy is like, yes, cows produce milk, but they only produce milk when they are pregnant, okay? And so like dairy cows are forcibly impregnated by farmers. Like they are literally raped by dairy farmers to keep them pregnant all the time. And then once they give birth to their calf, the calf is pretty much taken away essentially immediately after birth. And you see the cow that has just given birth to their calf in distress as their calf is stripped away. So sure, you can say that like cows, dairy cows produce milk, much like a human mother produces milk for its child. But human mothers are not forcibly impregnated, or generally speaking, the forced impregnation of humans is illegal. That compares to eggs because, again, that doesn't take into account that the hens who lay these eggs have been genetically bred to like mass produce eggs, again, to their own detriment. To produce an egg, like if you take a hen from like a century ago and you try to like get eggs from a hen a century ago, yes, that's also exactly true. As in, since there's no utility to male chickens, they are also just like, pretty much literally macerated, like just sent to a meat grinder, for like chicken nuggets basically. And so if you take an egg laying hen from like a century ago and you want to get eggs from that, you'd be getting eggs like whatever once every 2 weeks or like once a month. It's not comparable to like a hen that's laying eggs today, where it's like been artificially bred. There's like mass produce eggs, and again, the chicken, the hen is paying a cost for that. It's not good for them.
Then going a step above her in the supply chain, and these are people who are unknowns to us. So I think that there were certainly moments that were tense and uncomfortable, and I think her house itself, there's people coming and going constantly. There's a lot of trauma. There are a lot of things that these people have experienced, a lot of death. And so it's chaotic, and you also are very aware of your own presence there, and that you're sort of imposing on this group of very marginalized and traumatized people, and sometimes that is frankly uncomfortable. So that's sort of how I would say I felt. Gilad may feel a bit differently.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of concern. There's concern over the 16-year-old who we meet. Her name is Carrie, and there's a lot of concern of seeing someone in the middle of a crisis who is not only dealing with the addiction, not only dealing with what she ends up telling us and sharing with us is that she experienced an assault that she believes happened while she was knocked out on benzodope. But she's also dealing with years of just trauma and not necessarily having other avenues to process that trauma or to talk about it. And, we had conversations about, she felt safe and comfortable enough to share her story with Manisha, which is a testament to building trust in the relationship that you did and the team did with these subjects, but also what happens the next day? What happens when she leaves and she doesn't have a safe space that she could go to open up and talk about some of these really difficult experiences that she's gone through. So we still think about all of these subjects and do have a lot of concern for what happens next. Because as Pat said earlier, their lives continue to live outside of the framework of this documentary. And what about putting them on television, sharing their story, and our presence? How does that impact their lives, and what happens to them next?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Americans and American journalists who are still talking about Purdue Pharma and OxyContin and sort of the pill mill crisis.
Desperado Sensei, welcome. Always a pleasure. Pre-1960s, that chicken husbandry was considered women's work. And that it wasn't until large-scale poultry farms were introduced that all the women were kicked out and all of the knowledge of poultry farming was... I did not know that at all. This is new information to me. And so thank you very much for that. And this doesn't necessarily surprise me either.
And the reality is that we are now way beyond that in this crisis. And now we are fully into a synthetic drugs crisis that's primarily driven by fentanyl. And I think that when Jim Carroll became Trump's drug czar, he put a lot of pressure on China and succeeded in getting them to ban fentanyl. But that ban, while shipments of finished fentanyl from China to the U.S. did drop that year, Mexican cartels then started just getting the precursors, synthesizing it themselves, and trafficking it back into the U.S. And now that crisis is worse than ever before. But the other thing that happens is when there are disruptions to the fentanyl supply, it's just so easy now to find other research chemicals that will mimic the effects of the fentanyl, but perhaps will have really bad outcomes on a person's body, on the user's body. And so that's what we're sort of starting to see happen. And I think you could...
I'll address that once the video is over.
You could argue that had we regulated opium, or had we regulated heroin even, and had a safer supply of some of these drugs, milder versions of these drugs, we may not be in the same situation we are today. If you look at cannabis legalization, when we legalized cannabis, what became really popular? CBD, microdosing, a lot of milder forms of the drug became really popular because you've given people stable options. And I think one of the saddest parts about this is that we're looking at a population who has no options at all, and they're essentially guinea pigs for whatever suppliers are going to cut into the supply, and policy plays a big role in that.
Part of the documentary frames Keisha. She would refer to herself as an ethical dealer. And there are other countries like Switzerland which have prescription heroin programs. In Canada, they've started prescribing fentanyl, safe doses of fentanyl. So she sees herself as just an extension of what is becoming increasingly, still controversial, but increasingly more acceptable in other countries. So it was actually a piece that Manish had reported previously.
Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, definitely let me know that happens.
On safer supply.
That is the reason why chicken farms are run the way they are. Also, roosters are killed because hen meat tastes better and is more fatty. However, rooster bones are better for chicken stock. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. I guess it's two reasons. I guess hen meat tastes better, and also there's no real utility to roosters or male chickens, and that's why they're just from what I've read and seen the videos of, unfortunately, they just get straight from a conveyor belt into basically a grinder, and they just get ground up within their first few moments of life.
And organizations handing out drugs that got Keisha to be interested in participating in this documentary,
Oh,
saying,
interesting.
I'm pretty much just doing another extension of that harm reduction work.
Well, and that speaks to sort of the continuity of coverage that you've been able to do over the years and that we've all been able to do on drugs, which is like, we don't look at drugs as something that should be sensationalized to the point of demonizing the people who are doing it, who are selling it, who are part of the industry. It is because it is part of being human. And once you start covering that through that lens, you can get better access to people who are inside that world and are trying to change it, in their opinion, for the better.
Exactly. And I mean, just going back to sort of the abstinence idea as well, I think that there has to be an understanding that a lot of these people will never be abstinent, and that's just reality. And reality is that people will always use drugs. And so are you going to essentially sentence people to die because you don't want to accept that idea, because it doesn't fall in line with your sort of moral worldview? And I think that, that does sort of make the case for having more of these safe supply programs or even safe injection sites where people can use and at least be revived if they do overdose. Because it's just dealing with the reality on the ground, not, this sort of fantasy where we
No worries. Always a pleasure to have you pass by. Take care and be well.
want everybody to enter treatment, which is just not going to happen.
And you've reported on some of those safe injection sites that are happening throughout the U.S. as well.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the one in New York, and they were so happy to be able to open and finally be above ground because they were operating illegally before. But unfortunately, there's still only a couple of them for all of the U.S., and we have over 100,000 Americans who have died in 1 year. So, Biden's new drug strategy, he doesn't mention safe injection sites, doesn't mention safe supply.
So the location that you went to, is it legal?
The one in New York?
Yeah.
It's legally sanctioned by the city of New York, which means that they won't rate it.
Right.
But it's federally illegal because of this crack house statute, which basically says you can't operate any space that's going to be used for illegal drugs. And actually, Biden was, I believe, the author of that statute. So they have, on a federal level, they have not done anything about that yet.
What do you think that lawmakers, policymakers, community leaders are getting wrong about what's happening today with drugs and addiction? Because I think it's not like people aren't paying attention to it. It just seems like it's an easy place to score some talking points, but solutions, as we know, aren't particularly easy to get to. So as a closing thought, what you guys have learned in this reporting project, what would you say to policymakers about what to do to reduce outcomes of harm, to reduce death?
I would say treat the people who use the drugs and who sell the drugs as experts, because they are. They know better than anybody else what is going on with the drug supply and how it's impacting people. So pay attention to that. And the focus is still very heavily on supply and reducing supply and also treatment. That's the dichotomy. And I think we really need to focus more on the solutions, as radical, as controversial as they may be, that these drug users are telling us are going to save lives. And that includes giving them a safe space to use drugs, and that may include giving them safe drugs to use. Because at this point, they're overdosing because they, sometimes they have no idea what they're even taking. So that would be my thought.
How about for you, Patrick?
I think ultimately, this kind of goes back to what you were saying before about, people having different drug choices. We treat this problem, whether it's opioids or fentanyl or now benzodope and trank dope. There's this lack of the understanding because it seems so foreign, and I think you see the effects that it has on the body, and I think that's a very shocking thing to understand how we can let this keep going. But, one of our subjects, Sarah, mentions, alcohol and cigarettes are killing more people.
Well, first of all, welcome. I checked catfish, and I'm curious, whether you actually mean pro-drugs or not. But I don't view them as pro-drugs, as in, I don't think they're advocating that everyone start doing drugs, but rather, at least I interpret it as, let's not stigmatize the people and shame them for those who are, let's say, addicted or have substance use disorders.
People, and we have an understanding for those people, and there are treatment options for those people that are way more abundant.
Yeah.
And I think that if we treat these people with the same respect that we treat people that are more traditionally accepted, then we might find a solution out.
Well, I appreciate the reporting, guys, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk and really just approaching this from the basis of respect, humanity, and seeing people as they are. I think that's a really important thing to do, and it's hard because it's actually hard to report on this stuff, and I really appreciate the work you guys have done.
Well, I think that was overall pretty comprehensive. I'll address some things in chat. One moment. Let me just catch up. And yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. So I would say, yes, at the very least, decriminalize all drugs. But also, that shouldn't be the only thing. As in, we still have to address, people that have substance use disorder. And that should be coupled with, medical resources to help people struggling or dealing with addiction. Coupled with, safe injection sites, which we do have in Canada. And they are generally shown to be effective. But to address your question about masks, and what do I think of them? I agree with not demonizing drug use issues, but I think there's a rather liberal autonomy slant behind. So I don't disagree with you. I checked Catfish. For sure. Mind you, I also have no problem saying that I'm very left-leaning, and so yeah, Vice and myself will probably be in pretty close alignment in terms of whatever political slant or lean. But at the end of the day, you want to talk about evidence about something, I'm open to it. On all drugs legal, I'm against it. There's drugs we that are publicly never heard of that can kill. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying people should be able to go to their corner store and buy heroin or cocaine or crystal meth. I'm just saying, at the very least, people should not be put, in prison or prosecuted for possessing or consuming any drug or pretty much anything that they put in their body. So, in terms of the question about masks that was brought up. So, talking about masks is tricky because, at the end of the day, we don't have these randomized placebo-controlled trials about masks. Most of the data about masking is just tracking people that are wearing masks or not wearing masks, and that what are we even talking about when we say masks? Is it cloth masks? Is it surgical masks? Is it N95 or KN95? Is it just a straight up respirator that covers your entire face? And so it's tricky, and the data is not absolutely crystal clear, okay? But in general, the data favors that at the very least, masking appears to have an effect on transmission. And that it does appear to reduce transmission. Is it absolutely a life-shattering change? No, it is not. But at the very least, as a simple public health measure, masking appears to be effective, provided people wear them properly, provided people wear the right ones. And that's why it's so difficult to talk about masking, because like you can make a public health recommendation, but it does not mean that the public will follow it, or that they'll follow it correctly, because not only does a mask have to be worn, but it has to be worn properly or correctly to be effective. And I think we've seen that even something as simple as wearing a mask appears to be a struggle for many people. But I think it's summed up quite nicely in this paper here. An evidence review of face masks against COVID-19. So it's looking at a lot of the evidence. Okay. And they conclude, we recommend that public officials and governments strongly encourage the use of widespread face masks in public, including the use of appropriate regulation. As in, like, overall, the evidence favors the idea or the view that masks are overall an effective tool at reducing transmission of SARS-CoV-2. Let me see. In my opinion, substance use should be viewed as society failing the people who use. So I don't disagree with you there. I checked Catfish. Like, I agree with this sentiment. Well, first of all, you're obviously free to wear that. By all means, you do you, Louis XIII. What I would say is, don't expect it to, have any sort of effect on SARS-CoV-2 transmission. And same thing for the paper bag. Don't expect it to have any effect on SARS-CoV-2 transmission. What about possession of roofies? Well, I have no problem with someone possessing roofies. Okay, I also have no problem with someone taking roofies, like, for themselves, like they are the ones choosing to consume it. But it's a different question. It's a different behavior when someone is when someone is giving it to someone else and they are consuming it unknowingly. There's a difference between, possessing a drug, someone taking a drug for themselves, and someone drugging another person without their consent. In a similar vein, we should not be tolerating the existence of alcohol privatization or alcohol advertisements. Those set a low baseline people start to compare things to. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I pretty much don't drink alcohol at all. And I've basically never been drunk in my life. And I'm not in favor of, like, banning alcohol. Or, like, I'm not in favor of prohibition. But I do think there's something to be said of, like, the negative effects of glorifying alcohol consumption. I don't view that as a great thing. Let me see. What kind of mask did it say appears to have an effect of COVID transmission? Yeah, that's a good question. Generally speaking, the N95 or KN95 appear to have the greatest effect when they're worn properly, right? That's the caveat. And many people, like, just don't wear masks properly, or don't even know how to wear masks properly. That's why it's so difficult to talk about masks. And now we're gonna check out Oily Olive's video.
Corsets are bad. Why? It's quite obvious. They squished organs, restricted movement, broke ribs, and made women faint. Torture devices and symbols of patriarchy. Right? Right? And such narration is often confirmed by mainstream media. This Florida lady spends her days and nights in a corset and is unable to perform any of her daily duties, all of it to achieve an 18-inch waist. Or this drawing from 1894 shows how squished women's organs were with a corset. Or this actress just confessed wearing a corset for a movie made her breathless. Here's the thing, did you ever think about what women wore before bras were invented? And I'm not talking about A size, I'm talking about like F size, E size, G sizes. Growing up, I always watched movies showing ladies being tight-laced by their maids or read books about heroines fainting. But as I grew older, I realized that none of these books, none of these stories were written at a time where people actually wore corsets. So, for example, Gone with the Wind, which greatly shaped my perception of corsets, was published almost 20 years after traditional corsets disappeared. And what about my favorite books written in the actual corset times? None of them mentioned corsets, not once. Why? Because they were such an obvious piece of wardrobe that no one ever expected them to go away. Another thing I didn't realize is that maids that were tight-lacing the mistresses also wore corsets while doing that. Hell, even the ladies' male love interests wore corsets. Yeah, men wore corsets too. So if corsets were so dangerous, why did most of the society, rich or poor, ladies, men, why did they wear them? To answer that question, we have to delve deeper into the construction of corsets. So the modern narration tends to put the accents on corsets that were drastically reducing the waist. That would put the tension on the middle of the corset, straining the muscles. But Victorian corsets were actually incredibly complicated, well-tailored garments that were meant to fit your body perfectly, meaning that all of your body would receive sort of the same amount of pressure. In that case, the biggest impracticality of wearing corsets was the movement restrictions, as in you were not able to reach your toes while wearing a corset. But to be completely honest, I can do that even without a corset, so. Why would people wear corsets though? As I mentioned before, the bra was invented quite recently, and before that, corsets were kind of doing that job.
Hey, so far, I'm interested.
Corset supported the back by distributing the breast's weight evenly across the body. It also helped to support the hips against the weight of multiple petticoats and layers of crinolines and bustles, etc. 19th century dresses were quite complicated garments with lots of layers, and corsets were helping your hips deal with all that. Fashion-wise, it made the clothing fit a lot better and look a lot smoother, which helped achieving the fashionable silhouette. Men's corsets, on the other hand, helped with reducing the beer belly and were generally used in the early 19th century to sort of shape the torso, which at the time was fashionable to be slim-waisted. And poor women wore corsets not only for fashion purposes and to support their backs and breasts, but also to show the rich people that they were actually responsible, well put together, respectable and capable. But maybe they just didn't know any better. Well, let's have a look at modern corset wearers. We have a couple of examples of extreme tight lacing, which always gets the most media attention.
Like it's not about the aesthetics anymore, it's about the challenge.
I'm currently
And like, I believe here they are literally like deforming their bodies, or like, you know, they are literally like reshaping their physical bodies. No, actually I have that up, and totally gonna cover that, this Trump article, after this video.
Guinness Book for the smallest waist on a living person.
This 39-year-old mother of 3 is in love with waist training.
Then we have people that wear corsets on a daily basis because it's their style and they're able to work, play, ride horses in them, run businesses. Well, then we have people with back problems that wear special orthopedic corsets as a form of treatment, but they're torture devices, right? Then we also have tens of thousands of reenactresses around the world that cook, sew, take care of children, run around the camp in their corsets. And we're talking about like real Victorian corsets here, obviously not the original ones, but the ones made using the original patterns. They literally do everything that they have to. They carry heavy buckets full of water. They generally run around historic sites wearing corsets. And they pray praise the corsets as back pain relievers, and they do all that while constantly interacting with tourists going like, are you wearing a corset? Do you not feel like fainting? And I've seen a lot of costumers do crazy stuff in corsets. I've seen some costumers doing push-ups, I've seen costumers riding horses, and I myself have tried bouldering in a corset, and I climbed a tree in a corset without any issues. What about opera singers? They wear full-on historical costume while singing, performing, and just doing their job. And what about celebrities? Did you really believe that all of the red carpet ladies have that great figures? Let me
I mean, I don't. She's obviously, whatever, a corset expert, much better than I. But I don't see how she's able to say that this is a corset 100%. But like, I don't have a trained eye on corsets. But I don't see how it's obvious that this person's wearing a corset.
Let me let you in on a little secret. Almost all red carpet gowns, especially the wasp-waisted ones, are heavily structured, meaning there is some corseted underlayer to make them look that well. But you never hear them complaining about that. So if corsets weren't that bad, where did this misconception come from? Well, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, we have to thank men for that. Women's fashion has always been ridiculed, like pamphlets, satires throughout history, often focused on new fashion trends, new hairstyles, new styles, and women following those fashion trends were always seen as vain and even indecent sometimes. Why was that? Well, in a world where a woman's only way of expressing herself was through the clothes and through the fashion, that field was obviously looked down upon. And in Victorian era, where the obedient wife expectation was very much alive, it clashed with the growing popularity of women's rights movement. So the opposers of the movement took every opportunity to bring women down. And it's also no coincidence that in 19th century, fashion was one of the only industries not only relying on, but also run by women. Throughout a lot of the century, most of the high fashion designs were actually made by women, and most famous fashion houses were actually run by women. So before there was Charles Worth, fashion was ruled by madams. Madame Palmer, Madame Barra, Madame Prost, Madame Gaudry, milliners Madame Bourget, Madame Rebut, Madame Viraud, and a lot of madam-owned businesses, some of which employed over 100 workers. It was mainly madams who designed corsets and mainly madams who sold them in their madam-owned studios. So no wonder that men, especially those opposing to women's suffrage, were so keen to pick on women's corsets and ridicule the wear of corsets, which was a prime example of women's pride and independence. The moral or immoral consequences of corset wearing were always kind of a topic of a public debate. But it wasn't until the second half of the 19th century when the development of medicine started a whole new anti-corset mania. Doctors argued that wearing corsets could lead to tuberculosis, cancer, cutting the liver in half, and even bad behavior. When the X-ray was invented, doctors were really quick to scan a corseted body to further prove the harmful effects of wearing a corset. There is, however, little scientific proof that corsets were as damaging to the bodies as they claimed. If they were, wouldn't most 19th century female skeletons be deformed? And we know that to be untrue. There aren't numerous medical reports of women with corset-induced broken ribs or livers cut in half. We don't know of any famous women suffering from broken ribs or corset-related health problems. problems. And we also know that a very little percentage of women actually tighten their corsets super tightly. Why? Because they weren't living mannequins. They had stuff to do, they had work to do and business to attend to. And it's also no wonder that the debate was really hot in the 1890s and 1900s when women started being more active and practicing sports and appearing at universities. The suffrage movement was stronger than ever and women were generally speaking more visible in public. So every chance to pick on anything that would bring them down was taken. And it also makes sense that corsets were the center of attention at the time, because it's true that the female silhouette of the 1890s and 1900s was quite striking. But little did poor men know that it was mostly clever cuts and a lot of padding. Nowadays we often fall into a similar trap. We look at a photograph and we think, wow, that's a striking silhouette. But little do we know about all of the stuff that's going on underneath. The corset's main purpose was to support the bust, smooth out the tummy rolls, and generally speaking, do what Spanx does nowadays. The rest was done by bum pads and bust fillers, frilly corset covers and optical illusion. Not to mention that majority of the late 19th century and early 20th century photographs were heavily edited. And it's quite easy to spot once you know what you're looking for. We look at those photographs without knowing they were altered, and that's why it's so easy for us to believe that women surgically removed ribs to achieve that kind of silhouette. But you know what? Knowing the state of Victorian medicine, which made it dangerous even to pull a tooth, do you really think any woman would undergo a likely deadly procedure only for an effect that could be easily achieved by some strategical padding and smart tailoring?
Her defense of a patriarchal garment designed to control women, reinforce their role of subordination through perpetuating the idea that women are valued only by their appearance is indicative of... So, I mean, I honestly don't know what to think about this video. I can't fact check their claims, right? I just have to take what she says at face value. She seems to be saying that it doesn't seem like corsets were that bad. But whether that's true or not, I can't say with any confidence. But yeah, it's really hard. I just don't understand the space that she's coming from. I'm too ignorant, I guess, to say anything.
What about drawings and paintings? I myself was often terrified by how freakishly small waists are on fashion plates or paintings. I looked at them assuming that people back then were completely honest and that improving your look is a completely modern invention. Boy, was I wrong. Portraits have always been heavily idealized, and fashion plates only show an exaggerated, unnatural beauty ideal to accentuate the fashionable silhouette more and make it easier to follow. You can have a look at more realistic female figures on film at the time, but for actual portrayals of how women's bodies looked like at the time, we won't know for sure unless we see them naked. Why do modern actresses complain about uncomfortable corsets then? Corset making is a complicated process and it takes a lot of time and a lot of fitting, and it's vital that it fits perfectly. That requires both extensive fittings and a process called breaking in a corset, which means slowly adjusting the corset to your body by wearing it for small amounts of time daily. With the reality of film production, it's very unlikely that there is enough time for that. There probably isn't enough time to personalize and break in a corset for each actress involved, let alone for the actresses to get used to wearing it for long periods of time. A corset, if well made, shouldn't be uncomfortable. So why have all the films, books, and media been lying to us because we love feeling superior over previous eras. We like to think that in medieval times people would not wash themselves and would drink only urine. We like to think that in the 18th century women's hair were infected with rats. I mean, realistically, why would anyone want to live with a rodent in their hair if they could easily avoid it? We like to believe that people lived impractically and were generally stupid because it makes us feel better about the progress that we've done. And while it's true that in terms of medicine and human rights we've come very far from the times when women wore corsets, people were always people. They always wanted to laugh, they always wanted to work, to play, they wanted to feel good. Generally speaking, they wanted to live. And they weren't willing to give that all up in the name of dangerous or life-threatening fashion. They were okay with giving up comfort, though, that's true. Clothes at that time were...
I mean, like, I don't know. Clear. I think it's fair to say that the culture was totally different back then, and that I also think it's fair to say that women had less of an ability to choose voluntarily. I don't know. It just seems like, you know, he's I think over exaggerating her claims.
Very formal, very tight-fitting, very long. And it was actually that, and not necessarily corsets, that sparked numerous dress reform movements. But that's another story. To sum up, next time you hear a corset-related horror story, ask yourself whether it's not a myth straight from a 19th century male-led newspaper. Now, to clarify, it's not true that only men found corsets controversial and ridiculed them. Plenty of women did too, and as with every public debate, there were different voices from both sexes. It is also not true that wearing corsets for an extensive period of time left women's bodies unaffected. Studies show wearing a corset for a long period of time slightly adjusted your digestive system and may shift your organs a bit, similarly to what happens when you're pregnant. Also, women wearing corsets were sometimes not able to drop them at once because some of their muscles have weakened. And it's also worth noting that while most women wore corsets for their own pleasure or to compete with other women, men were no strangers to fetishizing the look. Either way, as everything in history, it's a complicated topic full of little nuances and different voices, and it deserves to be treated as such, and not to be shallowed to another history hoax. So next time someone goes like, "But corsets killed women," tell them not to act like a typical 19th century Jebediah. Sincerely, an occasional Victorian corset wearer. Is that even a title? I don't think so.
I don't know that there are many people saying that whatever, just corsets resulted in just, you know, women dropping dead. Did you know the famous picture of Soviet soldiers placing the Soviet flag is actually heavy? No, I did not know that, but the more you know. The original film of the Apollo 11 mission has been missing for 20 years. That's 20 plus years. And that's also... I'm pretty sure that was buried in the recesses of my brain. But yes, to cover the article that you sent, Anosmia, which thank you again for sending it. Another video of hers I want you to see, kind of explain her bias, but that, yeah, by all means, if you want to save it for another stream, totally cool. But it does seem like, again, I might just be too ignorant to like fact check her claims. But to me, it's almost like she's saying, you know, foot binding, whatever, in China was like not that bad, not that big of a deal, and that women were voluntarily choosing to bind their feet to the point of deformity. But then she would say, well, they weren't really like that deformed. Like who would voluntarily, you know, deform their feet by foot binding? But as far as I can tell, like the evidence is pretty clear that like they were binding their feet intensely, and it did result in pretty severe, you know, deformities, or basically, you know, really reshaping the feet to the point of them being like barely usable. Yeah, the sort of a similar thing. Like, you know, the hoops aren't that big. Or like, you know, there's no strong cultural influence that, you know, pushes women in Africa to make that choice. Well, maybe today, and totally, there was an aspect of fetishization back then with foot binding. But like, yeah, you know, everything that I've read about it, and maybe I just haven't read enough about it, but it just seemed like a crazy practice. And it seems like he would say, that historian, like, well, it wasn't really that bad. So, sent by anosmia, and I take your point that you haven't read it and doesn't necessarily reflect your opinions. But as I said, it's a New York Post, so I don't have high expectations, but I will keep an open mind. Milky Way galaxy has 4 malicious alien civilizations that could attack Earth. Researcher. There may be 4 extraterrestrial civilizations in the Milky Way that could attack our planet, a researcher has claimed. Okay, so who is this researcher? Alberto Caballera, a PhD student at the University of Vigo in Spain, authored a study in the International Journal of Astrobiology early this month, in which he claimed that he pinpointed the so-called WOW signal. I'm hoping if I click this, it leads me to the study they are referring to. Okay. Always a little bit strange. Always a little bit strange that a New York Post article that contains a link links to another New York Post article. Almost never a good sign. It was first received by the Big Ear Telescope at Ohio State University as considered the best candidate signal of extraterrestrial. First of all, like all these advertisements and what is going on with this website. Yeah, considered the best candidate signal of extraterrestrial life since humans began searching more than 60 years ago. Vice News reported. I'm hoping this. Okay, well, thankfully, at least there's like another article that, you know, might be saying something similar. What this article is saying. Caballero's paper, which is titled "Estimating the Prevalence of Malicious Extraterrestrial Civilizations," has some limitations, the author admitted. So again, I don't know why they're not linking it here. And I wish this pop-up would stop popping up. Caballero's research has not been peer-reviewed by other astronomers, and the paper is considered to be more of a thought experiment. Okay, now this is starting to make more sense. He warns scientists to use caution in using the practice of METI, or METI, messaging extraterrestrial intelligence, for fear it could provoke an alien invasion. But Caballero conceded that the odds of extraterrestrials wiping out the human species about the same as the planet being destroyed by a global catastrophe asteroid. This is such a poorly designed website. He wrote that such an event takes place once every 100 million years, so humans are in all likelihood safe for the time being. In putting together the study, Caballero researched human invasions of other countries over the last 50 years. He then used that data and applied it to the number of known exoplanets in our galaxy, which Italian scientist Claudio Maccone estimated to be around 15,785. Using the frequency of human conflict, which has decreased in the last half-century as technology has advanced, and applying the math to outer space, Caballero estimates that there could be 4 malicious alien civilizations. I did the paper based only on life as we know it, Caballero told Vice. We don't know the mind of extraterrestrials. An extraterrestrial civilization may have a brain with a different chemical composition, and they might not have our empathy, or they might have more psychopathological behaviors. I found... this is just an awful, awful website. I found this way to do the study, which has limitations, because we don't know the mind of what aliens would be like. The US government has in recent months taken seriously increasing signs of extraterrestrial life, though there is still no definitive proof. An interim report released by intelligence officials last year counted 154 sightings of aircraft or other devices apparently flying at mysterious speeds or trajectories. In all but one of the sightings investigated, there was too little information for investigators to even broadly characterize the nature of the incident. Okay, so, you know, I mean, certainly not the worst article, but basically, I would say this is a mostly meaningless article, where yes, they appear to be talking about a publication that was basically, as they say, a thought experiment, as in like based off of pretty sketchy evidence, and that, you know, there was no concrete evidence that, you know, not only is there no concrete evidence that extraterrestrial civilizations exist, but no real concrete evidence that any of them would be malicious. And that, like, you know, it's just interesting to think about. Why do journalists always report unreplicated non-peer? Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, but I am certainly frustrated by it. But yeah, that's also a good explanation for it. So, now to cover this, which was brought up, of like, Trump says FBI agents raided his Florida home. Oh, and if you have to go, that's totally okay. Well, I'm not going to be streaming for much longer. I'm going to cover this article, and then gonna end with one last YouTube video. Ex-US President Donald Trump has said his Florida home was raided by the FBI, and that agents broke open a safe. Mr. Trump said in a statement that Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach was occupied by a large group of FBI agents. The search was reportedly connected to an investigation into Mr. Trump's handling of official papers. The dramatic escalation of law enforcement scrutiny of Mr. Trump comes as he prepares for a possible third presidential run in 2024. According to CBS News, the BBC's US partner, Mr. Trump was in Trump Tower in New York City at the time of Monday's reported raid. "These are dark times for our nation," Mr. Trump's statement began. He said he had cooperated with all relevant government agencies, and so the unannounced raid on my home was not necessary or appropriate. Mr. Trump said it amounted to prosecutorial misconduct and the weaponization of the justice system to prevent him from running for the White House again. Such an assault could only take place in broken third world countries, he said. Sadly, America has now become one of those countries, corrupt at a level not seen before. They even broke into my safe. Eric Trump, the president's second oldest son, told Fox News that the FBI's execution of the search warrant on Mr. Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate was related to an investigation into the handling of National Archives records. In February, the National Archives, the U.S. government agency that manages the preservation of presidential records, asked the Justice Department to investigate Mr. Trump for his handling of official papers. The National Archives said it had retrieved 15 boxes from Mar-a-Lago, some of which contained classified records. U.S. presidents are required by law to transfer all of their letters, work documents, and emails to the National Archives. Interesting. I wonder what are the consequences or ramifications of this. But officials say the former president illegally ripped up many documents. Some of them had to be taped back together, the archive said. Mr. Trump at the time rejected reports that he had mishandled official records as fake news. No surprise. A senior Trump advisor in Palm Beach told CBS that the search by federal agents on Mar-a-Lago was about the presidential records. "This is about the PRA, Presidential Records Act," said the Trump source, who only agreed to speak on condition of anonymity. When have you ever heard about a raid because of PRA? The source added the FBI, just left, and they left with very little. A federal search warrant must be signed by a judge. Law enforcement agencies must have evidence. The search is likely to find evidence of illegality. An unnamed law enforcement official told CBS that the Secret Service was notified shortly before the warrant was served around 10 or 14 GMT, and that agents protecting Mr. Trump helped the FBI investigators. Several boxes were taken away, the source said, adding that no doors were kicked down and that the raid had concluded by the late afternoon. Well, so let's be careful, or yeah, I guess be nuanced. I didn't say that this article. I'm not saying that this article is fake. I'm hoping I never said that. If I did, I have no problem correcting the record in that I'm not saying this is a fake article. I'm mostly just saying that this is not like a high quality article in terms of like, yes, they are reporting on, an actual, publication that hasn't been peer reviewed, but that, what they're talking about is basically just like a thought experiment. And that, this is basically not a scientific publication that they're reporting on. This is just like, an interesting story. That's all. Okay, well, yeah, if you're saying it's fake, but even then, I would say it's not fake. Well, yeah, because I'm just saying that pretty much no matter what, any sort of criticism or any sort of negativity thrown towards Trump, his response is like, fake news. In that, you can never criticize Trump. Like, this goes back to like pretty much day one of his presidency, when he's talking about his crowd and he says that it's like the biggest crowd ever, and that's like factually false. Also, this Trump article so far has even less links to actual report studies than the one we read a few days ago about the NOAA temperature sites being inaccurate. Yeah, but that's because this is a developing story. And also, they are not making any scientific claims. Like, they're not talking about, like, NOAA, like, installments gathering data. Like, this is basically like an eyewitness account. Okay? And even then, I'm not even saying that everything in here is true. Okay? Because, like, I have no problem recognizing that they are going on, like, but officials say the former president illegally ripped up many documents. I'm not saying this is fact, right? Because this is some unnamed source. But this is common in journalism. And I'm not going to stand by the statement. I'm not going to start making the claim that, this means that Trump absolutely did that, right? I have no problem waiting for more information, as in, I have no problem waiting for actual evidence, okay? If, like, there's some sort of investigation, and, like, an investigation shows that actually Trump illegally ripped up many documents, then, I will go with that. But I have no problem saying, like, something like this, like, no one should be taking this as, like, absolute fact so far. At least I'm not. Let's see, where was I? Right, I was right here. Several boxes were taken away, the source said, adding that no doors were kicked down and that the raid had concluded by the late afternoon. In a forthcoming book, Confidence Man, New York Times journalist Maggie Haberman will report that staff at the White House residency sometimes found wads of paper clogging a toilet, and that they believed Mr. Trump was the flusher. And yeah, I have no problem saying that this is speculation, or, this is just like an eyewitness testimony, okay? And that it could be, inaccurate. They could be lying, right? But I also have no problem giving the benefit of the doubt, but I'm not going to start saying this as, like, actual fact. Like, this means that, Trump actually carried this out. They were flushing documents down the toilet. Again, if an actual investigation shows that they actually did that, I will go with that. But I recognize that this is basically just an eyewitness account at this point. Ms. Haberman has obtained photos which she says show paper in a toilet bowl at the White House. A senior White House official has told CBS the West Wing was given no notice of the FBI raid on Mr. Trump's home. No advance knowledge, said the senior official, who was not authorized to speak publicly about the matter. Some learned from old media, some from social media. U.S. President Joe Biden's White House has said it is limiting its interactions with top Justice Department officials to avoid any hint of political pressure or impropriety. or impropriety. Mr. Biden pledged during his White House campaign to stay out of Justice Department affairs. The president and his family are also waiting to see whether federal prosecutors will indict his son, Hunter Biden, on tax evasion or other federal charges. In addition to the National Archives inquiry, a U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee is investigating Mr. Trump's actions surrounding the U.S. Capitol riot on January 6, 2021, when a horde of his supporters rioted at Congress as lawmakers met to certify Mr. Biden's election victory. The U.S. Justice Department is examining Mr. Trump's challenge to the results of the 2020 presidential election. Attorney General Merrick Garland has said he intends to hold everyone accountable, and a prosecutor in Fulton County, Georgia, is also investigating whether Mr. Trump and his associates tried to interfere in that state's results from the 2020 election. So, like, yeah. I have no problem saying that throughout this article, I view it as built in. Like, mostly what you are getting is, like, sort of eyewitness testimony, as in, officials saying this, making claims, and that I'm hoping people realize that, just as an eyewitness can be unreliable, people saying things can be unreliable. And so I don't have to, start picking it apart, which is different than like that NOAA temperature article, where it's like this article was attempting to make scientific claims, calling into question the data, the scientific data that NOAA is collecting, and that's when you have to bring in empirical evidence. And that's why, it's held to not a higher standard, but there's like more debunking involved, because it's like you're not relying on eyewitness testimony or like, officials say. You are relying, or you are making sort of scientific, objective claims. Well, it depends on what you mean by stolen, as in like, I fully accept that Joe Biden won the 2020 election, and that generally speaking, like the votes given certified to Joe Biden are reflective of the people that voted for him, and that any sort of voter fraud, which does exist, okay, but that is pretty much statistically insignificant, and has virtually no bearing at all on the outcome. I mean, any amount of tampering with vote counts or anything like well, no, we know that like voter fraud and tampering happens, but it happens on such a small scale that it's essentially meaningless. Okay, it's like, out of the over 100 millions of votes counted, the amount of voter fraud or vote tampering like amounts to like whatever, a dozen or so, or like a few dozen, where it's like literally meaningless. So we will end on hopefully an entertaining video. Why spiders silk us, an entertaining scientific video. Even if it's in the hundreds, okay? Unless you're saying like thousands of votes or tens of thousands. I have seen no evidence of that from all the evidence that I've looked at. But if you want to provide some, I'm more than happy to view it. Again, I tried to keep an open mind.
I've been fascinated by this material. The ancient of 3 years. It took a team of about 100 people in the highlands of Madagascar to collect the silk, spin the threads, weave the fibers, and embroider the details. In the end, 1.2 million golden orb weaver spiders, each producing 30 to 50...
All right. Never mind. I also remember anosmia. You are not a fan of spiders, so we'll go with how pigeons Always find their way
Throughout
home.
the Cold War, American intelligence agencies used a number of unusual tools to spy on the Soviet Union. Tools both large and small. The Tessina camera fit into a cigarette box, making it easy to sneak into meetings unnoticed. A fake silver dollar opened up to offer a hiding space for small secret documents. The giant spy satellite known as Big Bird took photos of the USSR from space. But perhaps the most unconventional tool of the Cold War wasn't some high-tech device at all, but rather a common animal. The humble pigeon was a major asset to espionage. Thanks to their homing ability, which allows them to navigate back to a specific home location from hundreds of miles away, pigeons made the perfect undercover operatives for gathering intelligence behind enemy lines. In the 1970s, the CIA decided to take advantage of these navigational instincts by strapping miniature cameras to their spy pigeons. This was Operation Takana, and its details remained fully classified until 2019. The battery-operated cameras took pictures automatically at predetermined intervals as the pigeons flew. The cameras were attached to harnesses the pigeons wore and could take around 140 pictures. In trial runs, about half the photos were good quality and often provided higher detail than satellites or reconnaissance planes, since pigeons fly so much closer to the ground. The real trick was finding a way to release the spy pigeons behind enemy lines without anyone noticing. Methods included releasing the birds from inside a thick trench coat, from a hole in the floor of a parked car, and even from the window of a car driving 50 miles an hour. Ultimately, how many pigeons provided information on the Cold War remains unknown. These documents are still classified. What's clear is that pigeons have an incredible sense of direction, one that humans have been relying on for millennia. But how is it that a pigeon can be so reliable? So reliable that they've been trusted with some of the most important intelligence of the 20th century. How can we be so sure that pigeons always know where to go? Despite some
Yep, I will check it next stream, which will probably be maybe tomorrow.
Commonly held beliefs, pigeons are, in fact, real. And although the common pigeon is now a familiar sight around the world, the bird's native range included Europe, North Africa, and Asia. Kept in captivity, they can live for more than 15 years. And the birds are able to fly as far as 700 miles or 1,100 kilometers a day, traveling as fast as 90 miles or 140 kilometers per hour. And on top of this, the birds always seem to know how to make their way back home. Taken all together, these qualities have made the birds highly valuable to humans for thousands of years. In ancient Egypt, pigeons were released from incoming ships to announce the arrival of important visitors. In 2350 BC, King Sargon of Akkad had his messengers carry homing pigeons so that, if the messenger was captured, the pigeon could fly back and alert the government. Pigeons served as a mail service throughout the Middle Ages, and were the fastest courier service available until the invention of the telegraph. Even after new communication technology was invented, pigeons still had a place of honor within the military. During World War I, both sides of fighters used pigeons to deliver messages, because telegraph wires were vulnerable to attack. In World War II, the British used nearly 250,000 birds across multiple branches of the defense services. Birds of prey along the coast were even culled so that the pigeons could return home without being attacked by predators. British intelligence also ran a secret pigeon service, in which thousands of birds were dropped over occupied Europe with questionnaires attached to their legs. Those working with the resistance against Nazi Germany could then return the pigeons with information about German radar stations, rocket launch sites, and troop movement. One pigeon came back with a 12-page intelligence report sent directly to Winston Churchill. Pigeons were so valuable during the war effort that they received medals for their service. Throughout World War II, the Dickin Medal was awarded to 53 animals that displayed conspicuous gallantry and devotion to duty. And 32 of those 53 medals went to pigeons, including the American bird G.I. Joe. And during the Cold War, spy pigeons were released in Moscow to gather intelligence on priority targets within the Soviet Union. A 1976 report explained that the shipyards at Leningrad would be one such target, the area where the Soviet Union built their most advanced submarines. Unfortunately for us, the secrets the pigeons may have revealed are still classified. However, we do know that the process the military used to train these pigeons to spy was fairly straightforward. As long as pigeons are raised in a specific loft, a building where they spend their first few weeks of life without leaving, then progressively taken farther and farther away from the loft, they naturally learn to navigate back to the lofts from almost any location, even when they're hundreds of miles away. Intelligence services can thus release pigeons in a location where they will cross over a target of interest. But how do they accomplish such a remarkable feat? It's a question scientists have been trying to answer for decades. A question that's been one of the biggest mysteries of science in the last century. Some researchers proposed that the pigeons were using a solar compass. Essentially, that they know the direction the sun appears from the position of their loft, and no matter where they are, they can use that bearing to fly back in the correct direction. One study tested this hypothesis by shifting the internal clocks of the birds, basically by giving them artificial jet lag. To do this, the pigeons were kept in a light-proof room and exposed to periods of light and darkness that differed from the actual period of light and dark outside. When those same pigeons were released back to fly to their lofts, they departed at the wrong angle. They flew in the direction that their internal clocks predicted, and not the sun's actual position. The experiment showed that the pigeons definitely do use the sun as part of their navigational system, but it's not the only thing they use. Considering the fact that the birds use the sun to navigate, you might think their eyesight is equally important. Based on their repeat
misinformation, please. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. I'm hoping that means that, you know, you're on a mission to correct misinformation, much like I am.
Flights, it does seem like pigeons develop routes at least partially based on major landmarks. But when researchers fitted the birds with frosted glasses that impaired vision, the pigeons were still able to return to their lofts from unfamiliar spots over 30 miles away. Though it did seem like sight was pretty important for the final approach to the loft. Other researchers proposed that the pigeons used the Earth's magnetic fields to navigate. In the planet's molten metallic outer core, the flowing liquid generates electric currents, and the rotation of the Earth on its axis causes the electric current to form a magnetic shield around the planet. Scientists hypothesized that pigeons used these magnetic fields to navigate, but didn't quite understand how the birds might sense that magnetic direction. Then, researchers developed an experiment in which pigeons were placed in a wooden tunnel with feeder platforms at either end and coils of wire around the outside. The pigeons were trained to go to one end of the tunnel if the coils were switched on to generate a magnetic field. But if the pigeons had magnets attached to their beaks, or if the upper beak was anesthetized, the pigeons' skills were impaired. From this, they suggested the birds had tiny particles of magnetite in their beaks, an iron oxide that is magnetized, as the name suggests, which allows them to sense magnetic fields around them. But another researcher thought that
That'd be pretty cool.
detecting magnetic fields might be less important than a pigeon's ability to smell. In a 2006 study, this scientist assembled 48 young homing pigeons. In half of them, the nerves were cut that helped the brain detect magnetic fields. In the other half, the nerves that carried olfactory signals to the brain were cut. All of the birds were released 30 miles from their loft. Of those that could no longer detect magnetic fields, all but one made it home within 24 hours. As for the birds with no sense of smell, only 4 made it back home. More recently,
I mean, that's pretty compelling evidence, but it's still interesting that, like, you know, the ones that had their olfactory nerve severed, there was still like a minority that was able to make it. So like, what's going on there?
Home. More recently, a multidisciplinary team in Italy mapped the airborne volatile organic compounds found around a pigeon's home. These included the smells emitted by trees, the sea, and even industrial processes. The researchers used a plane flying 500 feet above the Earth, the average altitude at which a pigeon flies, to aid in their measurements. They then constructed a map that reflected wind speed and direction, showing exactly how pigeons.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that birds, like, I can't say with any confidence how good the memory of a bird is. But I don't think it's that great. And it also, like, begs the question, of, like, why weren't most of them, able to navigate from memory, right? Like, unless, like, these are the super smart birds, right? These are, like, the high IQ birds, where they just have, you know, a much larger hippocampus. Maybe, possible. I can't say anything about bird brains, or can't say anything with confidence about bird brains. But to me, this is, like, super interesting, right? Where it's, like, this is compelling evidence, at least, you know, pretty stark, that, oh, it seems like, you know, smell is playing a part here. But then this for, like, tiny minority, like, there's something, it looked like there's something really interesting going on there. Of, like, oh, for the vast majority of birds, you know, the olfactory system, whatever, smell is super important for navigation. But then, for, like, this small minority, like, they are super navigators. Like, they're able to find their way home, when, like, their main source of navigation, is, like, cut off. It's sort of like, you know, if overnight, like, I like lost my sight, but yet I was still able to, like, navigate the world. Like, there would have to be something super, super interesting going on, where it's like I lost, like, a whole sense overnight, and yet I'm still, like, able to, like, just, like, go through my apartment no problem, and, like, make it to campus, etc., etc. Touche, Louis 13. Can't argue with that. Maybe the minority of birds that were still able to navigate, the researchers messed up on the part of the. I would say that's highly. That seems like a high error rate. Like, I don't know much about bird brains, but I know enough that severing the olfactory nerve, that's not super not a super complicated operation. But it's a good thing to keep in mind. But, like, a 16% error rate on what is, like, a simple surgery of just, like, severing the olfactory nerve, it seems really high.
Scientists for years. One geophysicist named John Hagstrom decided to go back and re-examine experiments conducted by the Cornell-based biologist W.T. Keaton. Between 1968 and 1987, Keaton released pigeons from 3 sites in upstate New York that were between 45 and 88 miles away from their loft. The pigeons regularly failed to properly orient themselves from one of the release sites called Jersey Hill. That is, except for on one specific day. What could cause the birds to get constantly lost from this site, except for one time? The magnetic fields of the area shouldn't change, and neither should the smells, even if the wind shifted now and again. To explain this weird phenomenon, Hagstrom came up with a theory, and a strange one. He thought it was perhaps the sounds of an area that the pigeons could follow home. To test this, he built an acoustic map of each of the sites on.
Maybe, but usually, in, like, studies like this, they have pretty good ways of, like, confirming. I'm not saying for sure that this actually, like, took place, but usually, like, I've read enough, like, animal studies, where, like, generally speaking, they try to confirm that, like, you know, whatever operation that they carried out, like, was actually successful. But it's possible that they didn't carry out that type of confirmation step in this bird experiment. Like, it's totally a valid question, or point to bring up.
on every day of the bird's flights. Using a complex computer program that reflected atmospheric conditions, Hagstrom looked at the production of infrasound. These are low-frequency acoustic waves below the range of human hearing, less than 20 hertz. The noises can be produced by minute vibrations in the planet's surface, such as industrial activity, wind turbines, storms, lightning, or even tectonic plates. And these sound waves can travel for thousands of miles. Pigeons can detect these infrasounds all the way down to 0.05 hertz. And Hagstrom had a suspicion the birds were using these noises to navigate back home. Sure enough, his modeling showed that the precise geography of the Jersey Hill site, the one where the birds consistently failed to find their way home, prevented the birds from hearing the infrasounds from the area of their home loft. The only day the birds were successfully able to return home from Jersey Hill was when atmospheric conditions changed the way the sounds were transmitted, allowing the birds to hear their way home. Although pigeons aren't perfect navigators from every location, their abilities are still something humans have respected and made use of for centuries. While city dwellers might think of pigeons as no more than an urban nuisance, it's clear that the birds deserve far more credit than we give them. Pigeons, despite their derpiness, have even been credited with saving hundreds of lives. During World War II, an Italian village was liberated by Allied forces in October of 1943, far earlier than expected. An air attack had been scheduled to subdue German positions later that same day. Now that the village had been freed, the people there were now in danger of being killed by friendly fire. The pigeon G.I. Joe was released from the village with a message to call off the attack. He flew 20 miles in 20 minutes, reaching Allied lines just as the bombers were preparing to take off. His actions saved at least 100 Allied soldiers' lives and the lives of countless civilians. During war, communication is key. World War II was largely won because of the Allies' superior ability to transmit and interpret constantly changing information. And for the Battle of Britain, the first battle waged entirely by air, this fact could not be more true. In the series Battle of Britain, exclusively on Nebula, made by our partner channel Real Engineering, you can learn about the invention of the—
All right. That's an ad. All right. Gonna end the stream here for tonight. Gonna look for someone to raid. I think I know who I want to raid. 1 second. Yeah, thank you so much, Louis, 13, and Anosmia, and everyone that passed by. Second. I'm gonna set up the raid. Yeah. So yeah, thanks again, Louis, 13, Anosmia. Always a pleasure. Super grateful to have you here. Thank you to Bob Marley. Thank you to Bill. I know I'm missing a bunch of people. Thank you for the follow, Misinformation Police. Thank you to Oily Olive. And also for the gifted sub. Can't forget that. Again, always grateful for your support. I plan to stream next. Well, tomorrow afternoon. I'm planning to get back to my workout streams. So, like, I'll be streaming my workout from the private gym studio. And I'm hopefully doing another stream in the evening. But that's to be confirmed. But at the very least, I'll be doing, hopefully back to my usual workout streams, tomorrow afternoon. And let's see. I know I'm forgetting a bunch of people. Right, I checked Catfish. Can't forget you. Desperado Sensei, Bakul, and all the other great people that passed by. I know I'm forgetting a lot. But either way, super grateful. So we're gonna raid into Arun. They are a fellow lefty streamer. Give them a follow. Give them support. Yeah, thanks again. Can't thank you enough. And until next time, take care and be well.